Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm all by myself here in the, well, not true, but at least here on the dais. Commissioner Byrd, I guess, is tuning in remotely.
I am.
All right, you were my wingman guy, and now you're, I don't know what you are.
I've absconded.
How's everybody doing?
Fine. Very well. How about you, Mr. Chair?
Doing great, doing great. I'm joined here in the hearing room with John Reynolds and Christopher Hall and our wonderful IT staff, making sure everything is running smoothly. All right, it's 9:30. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Welcome everyone to our regular weekly meetings of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. Today is March 30th, 2022. And as I call this meeting to order, I guess, Judy, will you be taking the roll?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, this is Russell. I will be sitting in the general counsel seat today.
All right.
So I can go ahead and do that. Commissioner Hall.
Here.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Here.
Commissioner Fishman.
There and everywhere.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm here.
And Commissioner Byrd.
We're present.
Mr. Chairman, all 5 commissioners are present. The meeting may proceed.
All right. So Commissioner Byrd, since you are not here and you called attention to yourself, I'm going to have you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the State Pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I state the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd. All right, let's
Welcome.
move on. Consideration and approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda as presented? I have one, but I will wait to hear from all of you. Any changes to the agenda? Okay, I'd like to pull item B3. B as in boy, 3 on consent. That is in the matter of 19-195-UT. Any other proposed changes? If not, do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Hall. Do I hear a second?
Second.
A second by Commissioner Fishman. Any discussion on the motion? Russell, roll call vote.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
And Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the motion to approve the agenda as amended passes unanimously 5-0.
Thank you, Russell. I've been informed that we don't have any special guests or public comment. Is that still the case, Sarah or Isaac?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's go ahead and skip 4 and 5 and move on to item 6, consideration and approval of prior meeting minutes. Specifically, it's the minutes of the March 15th, 2022 open meeting. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Vice Chair Hall. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Byrd. Any discussion on the motion? Russell, roll call vote.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
and Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the motion to approve the minutes is approved unanimously 5-0.
Thank you, Russell. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 7, potential resolutions. This is a potential resolution 3-30-22, designating April as Safe Digging Month. Who is gonna tee this up?
Mr. Montoya.
Jason.
Jason Montoya. Good
Good
morning.
morning. Morning, Commissioners and Chairman. How are you?
Great to hear
Good
your
morning.
voice.
Yes,
Take
sir.
it
Good
away,
to see
sir.
you all. Yes, so every year the industry celebrates National Safe Digging Month in April. And during the month, campaigns and activities focus on promoting safe digging to the general public and professionals nationwide. And, this isn't anything new to any of the sitting commissions. So I think typically we would just read the resolution, present it, and I'd be happy to stand and for any questions or have a further dialogue if need be. So, Mr.
If there's-
Chairman, I'll go ahead and read it.
Hold on, Jason. Can we dispense with the reading of the resolution, or would the commission like Mr. Montoya to read all the way through it?
I'm fine with dispensing with reading through it.
Okay. Any questions for Jason on this? And thank you for bringing this forward, Jason. Appreciate that. Any questions for Jason? If not, do I hear a motion to approve the resolution as presented?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Vice Chair Hall and a second, I believe, by Commissioner Byrd. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none. Russell, roll call vote.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is unanimous to approve the Safe Digging Month resolution.
Thank you, Russell, and thank you again, Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners.
Appreciate that. All right, let's move on to the consent agenda. As you know, we've removed item B3, B as in boy 3, on consent. So we have the consent agenda as amended. Before I ask Russell to read the case numbers and captions, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Hall. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Fishman. Any discussion on the motion? All right, so go ahead, Russell, and please read through the amended consent agenda.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The first item on that agenda is docket number 96-0356-TC in the matter of the application of Sprint Communications Company LP to provide local exchange telecommunications service in the state of New Mexico. That's for a potential order regarding petition to withdraw CLEC certification. The second item is docket number 19-00041-UT in the matter of the application of Henry G. Coors and Yuri Nyachinsky to transfer 100% of the issued and outstanding stock in South Hills Water Company from Henry G. Coors to Yuri Nyachinsky. B3 was removed to be placed on the regular agenda. So the third item is docket number 20-00099-UT in the matter of applications for 2021 broadband program support from the State Rural Universal Service Fund as per 17.11.10.31 NMAC. That's for a potential order regarding Baca Valley Telephone Company's request for initial disbursement of award for TO Ranch to Raton project. The fourth item is docket number 22-00042-UT in the matter of the application of New Mexico Gas Company, Inc. for a variance from 17.10 1.640.12.d NMAC for its March 2022 gas cost factor statement. That's for potential order regarding application for variance. And that is the full amended consent agenda.
Thank you, Russell. So we have a motion on the floor and a second. Any further discussion? All right, Russell, roll call vote.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
and Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the items on the consent agenda as amended are approved unanimously by the commission.
Thank you, Russell. So let's go to the item B3 on the consent agenda that was pulled. So Judy, can you just summarize what this is? I do have some comments, but I'll wait till you present and other commissioners weigh in.
Yes, Commissioner Maestas and members of the commission, this matter comes before you today in response to PNM's March 18th, 2022 filing of a compliance notice on the status of purchase power agreements in this consolidated docket. And they filed an update to the January 26th, 2022 update, and they filed an updated case number 3137 filing for 2022. There were some things missing from that March 18th response. While PNM did file an updated list of loads and resources tables, it did not set out the firm capacity available until 2031, as was set out in the case 3137 informational filing. It was just limited to 2022. In addition, the footnote 3 was not updated to reflect that there has been an order in case number 21-00215. And so for this reason, the proposed order would request that PNM include all firm capacity sources until 2031, as set out in the case number 3137 informational filing for 2022. PNM should update footnote 3. And in addition, the commission would like to make it clear that responses to all of its monthly compliance filings that it's going to be making now on the 30th day of each month should include answers, information, and data projecting from 2022 through 2025. PNM's responses on March 18th only were limited to 2022, and all future monthly compliance notices shall include information and data projecting from 2022 through 2025. So, in sum, update the loads and resources table to project out to 2031, correct footnote 3, and future monthly compliance filings shall include all information projecting from 2022 through 2025.
Thank you, Judy. One thing I wanted to say, and the reason why I pull this is this action is one of the many products from the weekly meetings that we're having internally here at the agency to discuss resource adequacy. We want to make sure that we do have adequate energy resources, not just for this summer peak in 2022, but beyond. And these filings and other inquiry filings really help give us a more complete picture of what's going on around the state, not just in the short term, but in the long term. As an outgrowth or product of these resource adequacy meetings, we've also initiated regular meetings with the Office of the Attorney General and some of the state's utilities in an effort to work with them to ensure resource adequacy for all New Mexicans. And so I think this is a very important step forward to have as much information as we need to assure all New Mexicans that we do what we say, and that's keep the lights on. So any questions for Judy on this action? All right, hearing none, then do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Fishman. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Hall. Any discussion on the motion? All right, hearing none. Russell, roll call vote.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Aye.
and Commissioner Fishman.
Aye again.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed order is approved unanimously 5-0.
Thank you, Russell. All right, let's move on to Roman numeral 9 under regular action items. Our first one is under transportation matters in the case of 22-64-TR-EN as in Nancy in the matter of the investigation of Calm Transportation LLC. Hans, take it away, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. This matter was brought to the attention of the commission based upon a complaint that Calm Transportation was soliciting passenger service without first having a certificate from the commission for passenger service. Transportation staff reviewed and reported that Calm had been operating as a passenger service since at least October 5th, 2021, without a completed application being submitted to the commission. Staff has requested that Calm be set in order to cease and desist and in order to show cause why it should not be fined for violations of the Motor Carrier Act. This proposed order that I have before the commission then would require Calm Transportation to cease and desist its operations until a certificate has been issued by the commission and to file a response to show cause why they should not be fined for violations of the Motor Carrier Act by April 22nd, 2022. The order appoints a hearing examiner if staff and Calm have not reached a settlement agreement by April 29th, 2022 to set an expedited hearing and make a recommended decision to the commission if Calm's operations prior to the order endangered the public safety. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions for Hans?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Byrd.
thank you. Good morning, Hans. Hope you're doing well.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd.
So it says it will be cease and desist will be sent. My understanding, they've already received it.
They have been made, my recollection from staff is that they have been made aware that they need a certificate. There remains a question if they are still operating. So I feel the cease and desist order from the commission would be necessary for the commission's liability standpoint.
Yeah, okay. No problem with that. I just want to,
Sure,
I
yeah.
think the letter's
I've
already
been
been
notified
sent.
by staff that they require a certificate. But I believe there remains a question as to if they are still operating. So from that standpoint, we need to send in a cease and desist.
I'd ask that we expedite it if possible. As practical, I think would be a better phrase.
Okay.
That was it, Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner
I'd like
Byrd,
to
thank you.
make that change to the order that we expedite this hearing process as practical.
Okay, and then would you like to make a motion to approve as amended?
I will do that. I will move the order as amended.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Byrd. Do I hear a second?
Second.
I'll second that. Oh, second by Vice Chair Hall. Any discussion on the motion? I did have a question, Hans. So if the parties, if there's no agreement by April 29th, so you will come back with an order designating a hearing examiner? Would that be the next step if there is no resolution?
That's good. That's correct. I'll probably assign it by single signature order.
Okay. That's all I had. Any other questions under discussion? We have a motion and a second on the floor to adopt as amended. All right, hearing none. Russell, roll call vote, please. Thank you.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Aye.
and Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed order as amended is adopted unanimously 5-0.
Thank you, Russell. Thank you, Hans. Appreciate that. All right, let's move on to Part B under utility matters in the case of 19-18-UT in the matter of Public Service Company of New Mexico's abandonment of San Juan Generating Station Units 1 and 4. Judy, please tee this up for us.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. This
morning.
matter comes before you today on the February 28th, 2022 joint motion for order to show cause and enforce financing order filed by Western Resource Advocates, Coalition for Clean and Affordable Energy, and Prosperity Works against Public Service Company of New Mexico. On March 4th, 2022, the commission issued an order on responses to the joint motion for order to show cause, which required PNM to file a response within 10 days. PNM filed its verified response to joint motion for order to show cause and enforce financing order on March 14th, 2022. Replies were filed by the movants, which were WRA, CCAE, and Prosperity Works, by New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance, by the County of Bernalillo jointly, by the Office of the New Mexico Attorney General, and by New Energy Economy. In addition, staff, NEE, and the Attorney General filed motions to file reply briefs out of time. The proposed order would grant the motions to file reply briefs out of time. And in addition, pursuant to Section 8.14 and procedural rules 17.1.2.1 NMAC et seq, hearing examiners Ashley Schanauer and Anthony Medeiros would be appointed by this order to preside and take all actions necessary and convenient within the limits of the hearing examiner's authority, to conduct hearings if deemed necessary, and take such other actions in this case that's consistent with commission procedure, to issue a recommended decision or decisions, including findings of fact and conclusions of law for the consideration by the commission, addressing the merits of the issues and controversy that were raised by the motion, the response, and the replies, as well as addressing the commission's regulatory authority with respect to any claims for relief or alternative relief protecting ratepayers. The proposed order states that the hearing examiners should endeavor to issue a recommended decision or decisions with sufficient time for consideration of any exceptions and for the commission to be able to take action prior to the June 30th anticipated retirement date for San Juan Generating Station Unit 1. And I stand for questions.
Judy, before we open it up for questions, can you just summarize the input from the Office of Attorney General in this case?
I would need a second to open that up. So maybe can we work on the questions first and then I can go to that?
Sure. All right. Any questions for Judy? Commissioner Fishman.
Mr. Chair, yeah. So Judy, my understanding of this case is that there's really two key issues at play here. One is whether it is permissible for PNM to basically charge in its current rate base, essentially $80 million a year for San Juan operating and carrying costs, which is already included in the rate base, until the time of the next rate case. So that's issue number one. And if they are, and there's no securitization in place, that would potentially cost customers an extra $80 million a year over the option of basically giving a credit, as the movements have asked, for the giving a credit for what's currently in the rate base for San Juan. Is that correct?
Those are issues raised in the responses and the replies
Okay.
and in the motion.
And so that's the first big impact for ratepayers, customers, and the company. The second one is the delay of the securitization and the potential impacts on the interest rate, given that the Fed has announced it's going to do a series of 6 small increases going forward, is what I recall reading. And whether that's prudent, given that the ratepayers could be stuck with much higher interest rates in paying off those bonds than if we issue those bonds promptly. And from my perspective, I see those as the two big issues that could greatly impact the costs to ratepayers. Are there any other issues there that you see?
There are other issues and that the parties raised regarding immediate rate credits and regarding pre-funding of an economic development fund. And there may be further issues that are discovered as the hearing examiners continue this proceeding.
Okay.
Judy,
right,
if I may, at this point, since we're really referring this to 2 hearing examiners to look at these issues and render a decision well before at least the planned abandonment date, do you have any suggestions in terms of us making further comments to avoid prejudging the case? Because I have some comments on the economic impact mitigation portion of the energy transition costs that could be affected in this.
The commission is referring this to the hearing examiners, and the hearing examiners can examine all the issues raised. And if commissioners have specific questions that they would like to be addressed, they can issue bench requests. I agree with your concern that making conclusory statements rather than raising issues, could be viewed as prejudgment. Raising issues is a totally proper thing for commissioners to do at this point.
Well, with that, let me just go ahead and, kind of let you know what my concern is about the economic impact mitigation fund. It totals 40 million and it's part of the energy transition cost, the 360 million and change. And I wasn't on the commission, but in the abandonment and securitization order, apparently PNM was allowed to set aside a certain percentage of the 40 million for economic impact mitigation. But upon hearing of this potential delay in full securitization, I'm concerned about the withholding of the entire amount of economic impact mitigation that's going to be needed immediately after closure. We're talking about workforce assistance, community assistance, tribal assistance. And I know that was a big issue that was being touted prior to a commission decision on this. And so I'm puzzled as to why now the full allocation of the economic impact mitigation monies are now going to be delayed well beyond the initial 12 months following closure, which is, I guess, I thought was the opportune time to implement these programs to lessen the impact of the closure to the area. So I just thought I'd weigh in on that issue. I sat in as a candidate for the PRC in the public meetings, and almost the entire consensus was the 40 million was insufficient. And so hearing that from the public, and now knowing that there is potential that a majority of those economic impact mitigation funds are going to be withheld well beyond a year after closure, I think is of concern to me and should be of concern to the Central Consolidated School District, which was meant to benefit, receive at least, mitigation funding post-closure. So anyway, that's one of my issues of concern.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair Hall.
I'd like to move the order, please.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Vice Chair Hall. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none. Russell, roll call vote.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
And Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed order is adopted unanimously 5-0.
Thank you, Russell. Thank you, commissioners. Let's move on to item 8 in the case of 18.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, before you move on, I'd like to make a comment about the case that we just voted on, which is the PNM abandonment San Juan generating station.
Go ahead.
I'm sure there are many legal questions, and that's the reason why we voted to appoint a hearing examiner. But I think I would like to state that I think we're using our ability and our authority as commissioners to regulate, set up the regulatory authority, and we are hearing from the people around the state and the parties that have filed their motions and their responses. So we are very deeply concerned, and many of these concerns were talked about for quite some time, and I'm glad we have taken the action today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, I'll make one follow-up comment as well, if I may, which is that this matter and the way this was being handled was never brought to the commission by PNM. We had to hear about it through a third party. And thank you to third parties for raising the issues, because they're definitely worth exploring. But once again, it's part of a pattern of information that the commission should know in order to collaborate in a constructive regulatory process is regularly withheld from the commission as a matter, it appears, of policy by PNM. And once again, this is a case of keeping the commission in the dark. And now we have to scramble to make a decision quickly. And I just have to express my displeasure with this continued mode of operation. And as we get moving forward through future rulemakings that we're looking at, we hope to address that issue of making sure we get the information up front and so we can deal with it effectively. And so anyway, I just wanted to express my displeasure and hope that in the future that changes, and hope that our rulemakings, we make sure it changes.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, anything else before we move on? All right, let's go ahead and move on. Next up is case 18-383-UT in the matter of the filing of advice notice number 69 by Socorro Electric Cooperative, Inc. And we have a potential order to consider and take action on. So with that, Judy, can you tee this matter up for us?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. This matter has been pending for several years before the commission. Most recently, on January 26th, 2022, this New Mexico Supreme Court issued an order temporarily staying an emergency writ filed by Socorro Electric and temporarily staying an appeal of the compliance order brought by Socorro Electric, both of them against the commission, and remanded jurisdiction back to the commission to modify and or withdraw its April 15th, 2020 compliance order. As you recall, in that compliance order, the commission ordered Socorro Electric to comply with the final order in the rate case, which was issued on September 11th, 2019.
Judy?
Yes.
Judy, sorry to interrupt. As I recall, this issue was tabled. So before we even initiate any discussion or presentation, do we need a motion to take it off the table?
That would be appropriate, yes.
Okay, I've been corrected in terms of parliamentary procedure that the person who tabled it does not have to be the one to take it off the table. Is that correct?
Yes. What would be needed is a motion by a commissioner to take the matter off the table and consider it today at today's meeting.
Okay, do I hear a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Hall to take this matter off the table and consider it for action. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Fishman. Well, there's no discussion on a motion to table. Russell, roll call vote.
Mr. Chairman,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
and Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is unanimous to untable this matter or take this matter off the table for consideration today.
Thank you, Russell. And Judy, sorry for interrupting. I thought we better just, get that vote out of the way before we continue. So please proceed.
Yes, so to bring us up to date, on February 9th, 2022, this commission issued an order for responses from Socorro Electric, New Mexico Tech, and the city of Socorro, and utility division to file a reply and basically update their positions regarding compliance with the final order and compliance with the compliance order. I was stating that the compliance order issued on April 15th, 2020 required SEC to comply with the final order issued on September 11th, 2019. The Socorro Electric had applied to the Supreme Court for a stay and has to this date never been granted a stay. Therefore, the final order is in effect, it's not stayed, and the commission voted to require Socorro Electric to comply. And it stated that it was going to give Socorro Electric 60 days to comply. And if Socorro Electric did not comply within 60 days, the Board of Trustees individually would be fined $1,000 a day, starting from the date the final order was issued for non-compliance. Well, subsequently, the commission asked the Supreme Court to remand that April 15th, 2020 compliance order, to revise the fines, to withdraw them completely, or to withdraw them from being assessed against the Board of Trustees individually, and require and perhaps either not assessing them at all or assessing them against the corporation of Socorro Electric Cooperative, Inc. So on February 9th, 2022, the commission asked for an update, basically, on all the parties' positions. And SEC on February 23rd, 2022, did file a response. And it filed an affidavit of Joseph M. Herrera, who's the chief operating executive. And Socorro Electric continues to oppose the final order. It believes that the commission substituted its own judgment for the judgment of SEC's trustees. And it could not require SEC to implement rates that it never proposed in its advice notice. And it continues to support its appeal of the final order. It continues to oppose the compliance order. It states that it is charging the rates that were in effect prior to ever starting case number 18-00383 and filing the advice notices. And it will just continue to charge those rates pending the outcome of the appeal in the New Mexico Supreme Court. It requests that the compliance order be withdrawn in its entirety. And Socorro Electric stated there have been no negotiations between the parties. And SEC stated that it previously agreed to mediation, but was informed Tech and the city declined to participate. And SEC stated it would participate in any mediation that could result in a global resolution of all pending matters. In addition, the commission requested and SEC submitted its audited financial statements for 2019 and 2020. SEC stated it hadn't completed its 2021 audit. And it describes in detail many cost-saving measures it has taken recently. Some of them are no or limited wage increases, limited staff training, deferred maintenance, not hiring contractors with tree trimming and pole replacements, borrowing $8 million to infuse its cash in hand, using late and model vehicles, let's see what, it was very detailed, and staff did analyze the filings, and all of that has been provided to you. In addition, SEC hasn't been able to update its phone system or its servers. Also on February 23rd, the city and tech filed a joint response, and they have a very different position than Socorro Electric. They do not support alternative dispute resolution at this time because it's too late and it's outside the scope of the Supreme Court's limited order regarding the remand of the compliance order. They maintain that the commission needs to enforce the final order, because without enforcement, Socorro Electric and other companies might be encouraged to believe that a commission final order is not in fact a final order. The city and tech support the intent of the April 15th compliance order. The city and tech state that SEC has refused to comply with duly issued commission orders and displayed contempt for both the commission and its own customers, damaging its customers by denying them the benefits of the final order, and that the penalty has accumulated since it was issued to approximately $866,000. And they consistently maintain that Socorro Electric must implement the final order based upon undisputed law, that the final order remains in full force while the Supreme Court considers an appeal and no stay has been granted. They request that the commission not modify the compliance order in a way that would not require SEC's immediate compliance. And it should be dated back to the date the final order was issued, which is September 11th, 2019. The city and tech asked the commission to require SEC to track an account for all decreases that would have resulted from the new rates. The city and tech asked the commission to require SEC to issue refunds back to the date of the final order. The city and tech asked the commission to require SEC to immediately implement the LED lighting rates and credit any customers with qualifying LED lighting that haven't been charged in accordance with the final order, and require SEC to investigate the possibility of establishing an economic development rate. And the city and tech maintain that penalties are appropriate due to failure to consent to regulation, and they propose revoking SEC's operating authority due to failure to consent to regulation and provide reliable service at just and reasonable rates. On March 2nd, staff filed its reply. They believe that SEC is not in compliance with the final order, and that absent a stay or a final determination by the New Mexico Supreme Court reversing the final order, SEC should be required to comply with the final order. SEC does not think that the commission needs to change the compliance order. Okay, that's everyone's position. The proposed order finds that it's the commission's statutory mission to ensure that all utilities and interveners should not be allowed to completely ignore and violate commission orders and pretend that they were granted an automatic stay of all cases pending appeal. That's expressly not the law. For this reason, the commission finds that given the fact that the Supreme Court has not stayed the final order, SEC should comply with the final order effective as of the date of the final order and track and account for all increases and or decreases to all customers that would have resulted from implementing the new rates as set forth in the final order. Next, the proposed order finds that SEC's continued unlawful billing operation by billing its customers in violation of the final order is not in the public interest, and that SEC should be ordered to show cause why it should not record, as of the date of the final order, regulatory assets and regulatory liabilities to each customer class to account for what is due each class if SEC had complied with the final order as of its effective date. The proposed order further finds that the continued unlawful operation by billing customers in violation of the final order is not in the public interest, and that the commission should issue a cease and desist order requiring SEC to cease and desist its unlawful operation of billing customers in violation of the final order. This order does not preclude the future commissions from pursuing all legal remedies available to it, including but not limited to further penalties, and including but not limited to requesting the Attorney General to file a mandamus order, although this order does not order that the commission request the Attorney General file a mandamus order. It just reserves the right to do that. Lastly, the proposed order would require a hearing examiner to preside over a hearing in this matter. That would be designated by subsequent single signature order. The hearing examiner would issue a procedural schedule of scheduling a hearing date, dates for filing testimony, and the method of notice of the public hearing. So in sum, the proposed order states SEC is hereby ordered to cease and desist from the operation of unlawful billing in continued violation of the final order. SEC shall file a response within 21 days of this order showing cause why the commission should not find that SEC's operation of its unlawful billing is not a continued violation of the lawful commission final order, and should show cause why it should not record as of the effective date of the final order as regulatory assets and regulatory liabilities and/or regulatory liabilities for each customer class to account for what is due each class if SEC had complied with the final order. Next, the final order by subsequent single signature order would the commission would designate a hearing examiner to preside over the matter, as I stated, issuing a procedural schedule with a hearing date and notice of a public hearing. Regarding the compliance order would be modified to delete all of its decretal paragraphs. The decretal paragraphs of the compliance order would be revised to state as follows. There are no personal fines levied against the individual SEC board members of $1,000 per day. The fines assessed as of the effective date of the compliance order pursuant to NMSA 62.12.4 and NMSA 62.12.5 are $1,000 per day penalties against the corporation known as Socorro Electric Inc. and not penalties against the individual board of trustees. And the effective date of the assessment of the penalties is June 15th, 2020. SEC shall comply with the final order effective as the date of the final order and track and account for all increases and all decreases that would have resulted. Lastly, SEC shall mail to all of its customers a notice, and it's in the form that the notice should be mailed, return receipt requested, and the notice is attached as Exhibit A, and it is as brief as possible of a summary of this order that I just described, as well as a brief summary of what the final order ruled, but has never been implemented. And lastly, regarding the revoking of the operating authority of Socorro Electric, that at the commission, for example, under the Motor Carrier Act, has the authority to grant certificates of operating authority to motor carriers, and under the Motor Carrier Act 65-2A27 has the authority to revoke that operating authority under certain conditions. So both of those are provided by statute. Regarding public utilities, the commission does not grant certificates of authority. They are public utilities are either investor-owned corporations, IOUs, or they are rural electric cooperatives that are organized pursuant to the Rural Electric Cooperative Act. And under that act, the commission does not grant a certificate of authority to a rural electric cooperative. It is a nonprofit corporation that's a perpetual corporation. So revoking the authority is not an authority that's granted by the Rural Electric Cooperative Act. That is the reason that I propose the order to show cause and the order to cease and desist, and the penalties against the corporation. And I stand for questions.
Any questions for Judy? And I may point out that she did make some amendments. I think the original order on the last page, which is page 15, had a placeholder there for a specific appointment of a hearing examiner and a placeholder for a date specific for a public hearing. And I think in lieu of that language, as Judy stated, that the hearing examiner will be appointed by a single signature order, and a procedural order would be subsequently issued that would address the need to set the public hearing. Is that correct, Judy?
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Yes. Vice Chair Hall and then Commissioner Fishman.
so I would like to move the order. And I don't have any discussion. I think we should move forward.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Vice Chair Hall. Do I hear a second? I'll second that. Any discussion on the motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Fishman.
So I wanted a couple of clarifications from Judy. Yeah, the hearing examiner essentially would be orchestrating how SEC would get into compliance. Is that why we need a hearing examiner?
Well, in an order to show cause, you would, you're requesting that the regulated entity show cause why it should not, and in this case, record regulatory assets and regulatory liabilities, and
Okay.
why. So there would be a hearing as to that.
Okay. And then the second issue for me is, I'm wondering if we are sending a kind of a funny message by switching liability from the trustees who theoretically have insurance to the co-op. Either way, it's going to be paid out by insurance, but I don't know. It just feels funny to me that we're putting the liability on the co-op in general rather than on the trustees, who were the actors who were creating this situation in the first place. And I would hate for members of the co-op to take that the wrong way. Any thoughts on that?
Well, according to the Rural Electric Cooperative Statute, rural electric cooperatives are member-owned nonprofit corporations and vote their Board of Trustee members to act on their behalf. And when the Board of Trustees make decisions, they're acting in their corporate designated capacity. And if the members, yeah, I agree that unfortunately the members either way may be harmed by penalties. It's the members' duty to account for the actions of their Board of Trustees.
Is there any communication that we can make or that we can require SEC to make that somehow clarifies that we're not blaming co-op members?
Well, yes. If you look at Exhibit A, the form of notice, and it was finalized yesterday, and I sent it to you. I think it adequately details the fact that we have been trying to get Socorro Electric to comply with the order since it was issued September 11th, 2019. We're talking about 2.5 years.
Yep.
This notice is supposed to be mailed by Socorro Electric to all of its ratepayers. The commission could theoretically mail this notice on their own. And that is something that the commission can decide, because it's not certain that as Socorro Electric would actually follow this order to mail the notice, since they haven't followed the final order for 2.5 years.
Okay.
And
You've answered my question. I'm satisfied. Okay, I'm done. Thank you. I'm ready.
Okay, any further discussion? We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I guess I do have a question.
Yes, Vice Chair Hall.
Judy, I thought I saw that this this notice was to be sent, return receipt requested. Can you direct me to that, please?
yes, it is on, let's see, page 14 of the order, decretal paragraph H. SEC shall mail to all of its customers the attached notice to customers of this order in the form attached hereto as Exhibit A, return receipt requested.
Okay, and do we have any further instructions to the company to preserve those receipts and submit them to us for review? That's the only way we can really confirm that that they did it. We want to confirm.
We could add to the order that they scan a copy of all the return receipts and send them to staff and then staff could file it, or that SEC could file it, all the return receipts in the docket.
Yeah, they could just file it in the docket, couldn't they?
That's true, yes.
Yeah. I think we should add language to the order to that effect.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? Any further
Mr.
discussion? Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I would like to follow up on what Commissioner Fishman stated a few minutes ago regarding the Board of Trustees. I think the Board of Trustees are making these decisions, and a majority of their vote takes action as how they would like to file an appeal with New Mexico Supreme Court. So I think we should consider putting the Board of Trustees accountable And one way that we can do that, we're not talking about fines, but we're talking about why they have taken this action, why they have waited so long. Are they waiting for the New Mexico Supreme Court to make a decision and in hope that they will make a decision in their favor? But I would like some type of an explanation from the Board of Trustees to be put in the record so that the ratepayers can understand that we communicated directly with the Board of Trustees and that it is in the record. So a letter of explanation, a letter of why they have waited so long, a letter stating the fines have come to a huge, huge toll for the company, but there's no action for a year and a half from the Board of Trustees. So I'm concerned about that, Judy. I don't know what you can do right now, but that's my comment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Judy, any potential tweaks to the order to that effect?
Well, the response that I have is that the Board of Trustees are not parties to this case. It's Socorro Electric Incorporated who made the decision to file the advice notice, and the corporation is represented by counsel. The trustees, rightly or wrongly, have a fiduciary duty to its members, and they believe, and Socorro Electric believes that the trustees acted properly in its decision to appeal the final order and not comply with it. So I believe that our recourse is against the corporation.
Judy, may
Commissioner
I?
Fishman.
Yeah, thank you. Do the members of a co-op have any routes for remedy in terms of malpractice by the trustees? In other words, could members sue the trustees?
I'm not 100% sure, but I do know that they vote them in and they can vote them out.
Well, obviously. Okay, I'm just curious. Thank you.
All right, I'd just like to state for the record, I think I'm the only commissioner that wasn't involved in this case. And, in looking at it in terms of the current status on its face, without really going into the background, it seemed questionable levying such, high fines against the trustees. But after investigating and looking at the history, I think it's important for us to defend the authority of this agency and ensure that our orders are complied with fully. And shifting the responsibility for the fines and continuing them, shifting the responsibility to the actual corporation, I think is better. And then applying the necessary pressure to the Board of Trustees through the public notice of this change, I think will amount to sufficient pressure on the trustees to resolve this issue that, again, goes all the way back to 2018. And I think this highlights the issue for this agency to adopt policy to require alternate dispute resolution techniques at the outset of these cases instead of at the very end when it's too late. I'm happy with this now. I've learned a lot more about this case, and I'll support the order as presented. Any further discussion? All right.
Mr. Chair, one final item.
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Just kind of as a message to Socorro Electric, they, in their filings, they complain about some of their financial stress. And they're always welcome to do another rate case. And if their members are happy with it, we'll never need to review it. If their members aren't happy with it, then they'll bring it to us. But those are matters that are not addressed through this case. That'd be better addressed through them doing a rate review. So just leave it at that, and I'm ready to vote.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. All right, let's take a roll call vote. Russell, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So this is a vote to Commissioner Byrd's motion to adopt the proposed order as is without any amendments. So just to clarify.
I know that Commissioner Hall recommended amending to add the statement that SEC file the return receipt requested documents in the file.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Byrd, would that be a friendly amendment? Friendly to your motion?
I believe Commissioner Hall actually moved the motion.
I did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So
And-
I'll go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Hall. Sorry.
Yes, it's a friendly amendment. I made it.
So who made the second? Because I think the person who made the second has to approve or accept the friendly.
I'll second that change.
Okay.
Okay.
So Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, I can take the roll call for the amended motion to approve the proposed order with that amendment. I'll begin the roll call.
Okay.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed order as amended is adopted unanimously 5-0.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
I just wanted to thank Judy for doing a great job of walking us through the options on this one. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Fishman, and thank you, Judy.
Yes. I thank you as well.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hall. Thank you. All right, let's move on to item 9 in the case of 21-112-UT in the matter of the Commission's adoption of rules pursuant to the Community Solar Act. This item 2 at the last meeting was tabled. And so I'd like to entertain a motion to remove this issue from the table and consider it for discussion and potential action.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Hall. Do I hear a second? I'll second it. Any there's no discussion. Russell, roll call vote on the motion to take this off the table.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
and Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is unanimous, 5-0 to take this matter off the table for discussion today and potential action.
Okay, so we basically stopped the discussion. I think we got a ways through the potential rule. And so Russell, you're going to pick up where you left off, or I understand Commissioner Fishman had some comments, and I don't know if they're comments on the part of the rule that we've already covered. So if there's a need to go back and consider any amendments to the rule as presented in response to Commissioner Fishman's comments, let's do that. But if they involve a part of the rule that we haven't addressed yet, then we can get to it when we get to it.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. There are a couple of issues regarding subject matters that were discussed at last week's open meeting, but they should be fairly quick. Not only Commissioner Fishman's proposal, which will, but a couple of things that amendments that were or revisions that were made by me and highlighted. But that should be fairly quick, and then we'll get on to the new subject matters, which, as per my memo, begin with the issue of cost sharing, the potential for cost sharing for system upgrades needed due to a community solar project. So, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to, can I have the ability to share my screen, Isaac or Sarah? I'll go to the order itself.
Hi, Russell, it's Sarah. I just made you co-host, so you should be able to share your screen now.
Excellent. Thank you. Oh, okay. Perfect. Okay. So we'll go to the first area. This first area of highlights. Okay. This is paragraph 33. This is a change that was made. This is with regard to the issue of program administration. It's not a substantive change in the sense that the team, the Community Solar Action Team's recommendation to use a third-party administrator is still in place. This, all that has been done with the rule here that we did ourselves, the team, has been to add clarifying language that the commission will have no involvement in the project selection process. That will be entirely the responsibility of the administrator, pursuant to the very detailed selection criteria and minimum qualifications specified in the rule, which we will discuss today. Except it allows for the administrator itself or any participant in the process to raise an issue with the commission, and the commission may to the extent that that such an issue has not been addressed in the rule, and the commission feels it's sufficiently important, the commission, could take up such an issue. So just to clarify that, if everything there are no problems, then the commission will have no involvement in the actual selection process. So that's one change to what had been discussed last week. And
so, Russell,
so Commissioner Fishman,
any participant, would that be any bidder? Anybody who is, submitted a project?
That's what I was thinking. I did create the language. I used the word participant in the rule. I'm trying to. I can't imagine who else it would be. I wanted to leave it a little more open, but I can't think of any other category. But the bidders themselves. I can't imagine anyone else who would be able to raise an issue. I can make that more specific if you.
No, yeah, you could, but I guess the question for me is, I can almost guarantee any participant who does not get their project approved will be tempted to raise the issue to the commission. And my only question is, do you want to open that potential Pandora's box?
Well, Commissioner Fishman, I do recommend this language in that sense that the language here in the order is essentially what's in the rule, which is that it has to be an issue not fully addressed in the rule. So if a project isn't chosen because it doesn't meet the minimum qualifications or the selection criteria, or the as it's scored lower under the selection criteria, then simply receives a score that's too low to be selected, then those are issues that are fully addressed in the rule, would be if the commission adopts the rule as recommended by the team. And it also, the rule language includes language that says the commission in its discretion can decide which if any such questions it should address. I feel like that's a good clarification and allows the commission, if something surprising happens, or
that covered it for me. Okay. Thank you. That's fine.
Okay, so if there are no other questions on that issue, I'll go to the next issue, which is under a subject matter that was discussed last week, which is at paragraph 141. Zoom to it. Here we go.
And Russell, if you would, I really like the format of this in that for each issue, you include summarized input from stakeholders, and then you provide a recommendation from the Solar Action Team, and then focus on the commission decision. So just if there's no objection, if you could maybe describe the issue and maybe dispense with going into great detail about stakeholder input and focus more on team recommendations, and commission action.
Yeah, yes.
Because I
Mr.
have
Chairman,
to
that's my
assume
plan.
commissioners have read the summarized input that you included in this order.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will do that. I was planning to do that. So now we're paragraph 141 of the order includes a revision made by the team since last week. With regard to the calculation of the community solar bill credit rate for each utility will create a rate and periodically revise it based on its costs and other information. That rate is then applied to the per kilowatt hour for the credit to each subscriber, and that is subscribing to a project within the utility's territory that's hooked up to the utility for the actual bill credit that shows up on the subscriber / ratepayer's bill. So this is that area calculation of the credit, and the team just clarified that for this was the idea with the original language anyway, but just to make it clearer, that with regard to the environmental attributes, the value of those attributes of renewable energy certificates or RECs, that for an initial period, which will vary for each utility, I'll explain, the commission is going with the suggestion of the utilities that they use this average cost of meeting their renewable portfolio standard, which is currently the 0.8 of a cent per kilowatt hour figure, that they can use that. This amount, 0.8% is not in the recommended rule language, but the statement that this is how they can calculate it for an initial period is in the rule, is in the recommended rule. And then the initial period, this is not the same as the initial period of which we've been discussing in other contexts. The initial 2-year period, sort of test period of the program. This is initial period going up to the time when each utility files its next rate case. So each utility will apply this average cost of meeting the RPS as they've estimated it now, until they have the next rate case. And then in the next rate case, the commission will consider whether to adopt a replacement methodology to determine the utility's net present value of those environmental attributes of RECs. This is because, as you will recall, the Community Solar Program, the Community Solar Act, requires that the RECs themselves that are generated as a result of the generation of solar power by the facilities, by the community solar facilities, the RECs themselves go to the utility. But the commission needs to provide a provision that in which the utility credits the subscribers for those RECs that are being received by utility. So this accomplishes that. It's not a major change, it's clarification. I hope I haven't muddied it up more.
Mr. Chair,
Vice Chair Hall.
I just have a question for Russell about this wording. Let's see, it's the third line up from the bottom of that paragraph where it says during which the commission will have considered whether to adopt a replacement methodology. Don't you want to say during which the commission shall consider whether to adopt a replacement methodology? It doesn't, or may consider whether to adopt a replacement methodology. If you say will have, it's sort of a conclusory phrase that doesn't, it's like a descriptor or something, but it's not the kind of language that's going to help parties know what to do.
That's a good point. Let's go to the rule language to see what's there. And if I use exact, because this is the order language, I'm going to stop sharing and then go to the rule language itself. Let's see.
Well, this pertains to what's going on in a rate case. The team recommends that the rules specify that each utility will be allowed to use this provision for initial period ending at the conclusion of the utility's next base rate case. And so it's during that rate case when the commission may have considered or shall have considered or shall consider. I wouldn't put it in the past tense like that, because you're just concluding that that is what would have happened in the case. It's just not the right wording.
Commissioner Hall, that's a good point. So I've gone actually to the rule language itself. So we're talking about this in subsection B, the second. Oops, sorry, that's not subsection B. Let me move down.
Yeah, it's the
In subsection E. So we're talking about the second sentence. So this
Starting,
is the
the
actual
team recommends that the rule specify that.
we're looking at the rule language now, Commissioner.
Yes,
Hall.
Commissioner Hall,
Oh,
since we're looking
okay, sorry.
specifically at the language, I thought we'd move to the rule language. Can everyone see that we're on the rule?
Yeah.
So I'll have to have my
Yes,
sharing that.
yes.
Okay. Okay. So in subsection E of subpart 20, this is the revised language. I'll skip the first
It
sentence.
says shall. It says during the utilities next base rate case, the commission shall consider whether to adopt a replacement methodology to determine the net present value of the environmental attributes of the RECs. So
Yeah. So in the order, Commissioner Hall, I think what the language I used there was just to say, I was just describing in a different way. This is the operative language. So if you're satisfied with this language, I think we're okay. The order was saying that
Yeah.
the initial type of calculation that was being allowed, that's described in the first sentence, will apply
okay,
up
no,
to
I
the
see.
end of their first rate case. During which rate case the commission will have considered that. So I was just
No, that makes
describing-
sense. I agree.
Okay,
I'm good.
okay, so
So
I'll go back
this-
to the order.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Thank you for explaining that to me.
Thanks, Russell. Let's move on.
Commissioner Fishman, did you have something?
Yeah, so essentially we changed may to shall in the order in terms of those rec rates, correct?
And
No.
yes, and Commissioner Fishman, we also clarified, which is some clarification for me as well, that the initial period during which the estimates that are currently being used, that initial period corresponds actually to the period before until each utility's next rate case. So it's a period. I had thought maybe that initial period was the sort of 2 years of the initial period of the program, at the end of which there'll be another rulemaking. But really it's a specific to each utility, depending on when they bring their next rate case.
Good change.
But to answer, Mr. Chair, to answer Commissioner Fishman's question, in the rule, it says the commission shall consider whether to adopt a replacement methodology to get to the right rec price. And then in the order, we're sticking with the language because it is supposed to be a descriptor. It is supposed to say that's when the commission shall have considered or shall have, I forget the phraseology now, I have to pull that up, but shall have or will have, I think is the language, I'm satisfied with it because the rule says they shall consider it in the next rate case.
Yes.
So it's okay with me.
Since we're talking about that, this should be a will consider because the commission doesn't order itself to do something, but makes a commitment. So I just noticed
That makes sense too. Right.
So, okay, excellent. So that was the only change coming from the team, recommended by the team for this section. So I think we could, at this point, go on to Commissioner Fishman does have a proposal with regard to this particular area of the rule, the solar bill credit calculation, and I'll turn it over to him. And Commissioner Fishman, you want me to stay on the rule? I'll stay here, or I can screen share the order instead.
I'm sorry, you want to get to which section you're going to?
This subpart 20, community solar bill. This is the section of the rule that I believe your proposal.
Oh yeah, go down. Is it section E? Oh, total aggregate rate B. Thank you. Go up to B. That was the one. Yeah.
I had revised this section just to add the actual definition. I'm sorry, just to clarify. I had put in the last week's version. I actually had a note to myself, add the definition, which I have now from the rule. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, which is good. But what I'd suggested it'd be nice. I'm always terrified when someone's administering the rule and they look up in a paragraph like this, it gets misinterpreted. And my thought is that particularly when there's turnover, either in the administering organization or that we hire or in our own staff. And my thought is that it'd be good to incorporate into the rule a chart that shows the kinds of charges or the specific items that get included in a credit calculation, and a chart that lists the specific items that would be included in the TAR calculation. And my thought is obviously we can't do it now for this rule, but we could add a sentence that says staff will develop those charts for use by the administrators. And then we might have some more clarity that would avoid mistakes during that process.
And Commissioner Fishman, yes, that's something we could add because the rule has to lay out the policy, but the policy here we essentially have in the rule. This is actually recreating the language of the act with regard to that calculation, which I know I've said that we shouldn't recreate statutory language in the rule, but this is an exception because it's kind of incorporating into this rule all the different parts of the act and the commission's decisions regarding certain matters under the act to come up with a calculation. So we could do that. It would be essentially, it would be a table that wouldn't be incorporated really into the rule, but it would be referenced in the rule, and then it could be provided to the utilities as after staff has created it. That's perfectly fine. We could,
and the administrator. And again, it doesn't change anything. All it does is, I think it's a lot easier for people to work from a chart that lists this item could be included in the credit, and a chart that lists these are the items that can be included in your TAR calculation.
Yes, and I think that makes sense because in the act, there's refers to what charges are not included, such as monthly charges, customer service availability charges. Utilities will probably be able to identify those, but it makes sense to have a table that specifies those.
So it's no change to the rule at all. It's just clarity for the people who have to enact it.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Fishman, were you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, Vice Chair Hall.
Well, I just wanted to join in on this conversation that Commissioner Fishman was carrying out to agree that I think clarity is of utmost important in rules. And I agree that looking at just a string of clauses like this about charges and different kinds of charges, it's confusing. And I think, well, it's not, it just depends on how closely you like to read, but it could be made a lot clearer. But I'm concerned that Russell mentioned putting it not in the rule, but in a document that the rule refers to. I think we should not do that. We have seen problems with doing that with the interconnection manual as opposed to the interconnection rule. And I think that's something to steer away from. So as an alternative, I would put the chart that Commissioner Fishman is referring to in a paragraph. It might not look like an ordinary rule, but it's a provision of information. Or alternatively, you could list the charges that would be included and the charges that would be excluded, create different lists, but somehow separate them visually. So anybody interested could see the difference. But I would not put it in a different document. So that's all I have to say. And I see Arthur has his hand up, and I would love to hear what he has to say.
Commissioner Chair, may I answer this? Yes, thank you. Commissioner Hall, commissioners, really the best place for that chart is in the tariff. And once this rule is approved, we're going to be working with the utility division economists to work directly with the utilities to devise the proper calculation for the solar bill credit. Each of the utility has a different one of these components. Some of them have fuel charges, some of them have customer charges. They're not all exactly consistent. When we asked the utilities to give us a preliminary estimate of what the solar bill credit might look like, we got 3 different ways of describing it. And so what we want to have is standardization. we really don't have the time to make a table or a chart that can go into either the rule or into the order at this point, but it's top of my priority to get that standardization, and it will be part of the tariff because the language of the Community Solar Act says that the utilities have to describe what goes into the TAR. From the commission and the subscribers' point of view, there are three major elements that we really care about, and it's the derivation of the TAR, the total average retail rate, the distribution charges that are subtracted from them, and that's not including transmission because that stays in, and the value of the renewable portfolio standard environmental attributes. So those are the things, but all of these phrases that you refer to that the legislature so helpfully included have to do with what goes into the TAR, and we still have to work exactly what that is.
So, Arthur,
yes,
would it make sense then to, if we add a sentence, just say the tariff shall include a chart
right,
of the charges that are included?
yes, yeah, because
And,
that's what the legislature told us to do, really.
Yeah, Russell, does that work for you?
Yes, and because the commit, our usual procedure is that staff can and does work freely with utilities on tariff issues and questions regarding interpretation. So we can mention staff, but we could just go ahead and say tariffs. I think this is a good place to add it. Tariffs filed by the utilities. There's a separate section that of the subpart of this rule that requires filing by the utilities of any and all tariffs that need to be filed pursuant to this. So I think this can just refer to, it doesn't have to describe the requirement. It'll just say tariffs filed by, the requirement to file a tariff. Tariffs filed by the utilities. How about this? Let me make it my business. The utility shall file a tariff. Utilities tariff, as I'll put it. Sorry, utilities tariff for the solar bill, the bill credit. I'm just going to bill credit. Bill credit
For say
shall
for the
include.
Yeah, okay.
Shall include a table specifying the
components of the
components
TAR,
of the TAR, of the total aggregate. I haven't used that. Let's spell it out. Retail rate, and also Art, I remember you saying that there might be a little more breakdown also from going from the TAR
right,
to the solar.
the components of the total retail rate, comma, distribution costs to be subtracted.
Oops. Sorry, I have this thing. Here we go. It's in the way. Let's see what I'm doing. Okay, so distribution
costs to be subtracted, and the value of the renewable energy certificates. That puts everybody on the same footing.
Does that cover the credit pretty well, Arthur, or?
Yeah, it does, because while we make a decision about including the transmission costs in the TAR, it's in there.
Okay.
So I have a question about the way the sentence reads. Does that mean to someone uninitiated, okay, the distribution costs are going to be subtracted and the table shall contain the value of the renewable energy certificates? I think you want to.
It specifies. We're just describing the components. It's not.
Okay.
They'll include a table specifying those three things.
Specifying the components of the total aggregate retail rate. Okay.
The distribution costs to be subtracted and the value of the renewable energy certificates.
Why don't you put the clause, the distribution costs to be subtracted at the end of the sentence? That might clarify for someone who doesn't know that the value of the renewable energy certificates would be specified rather than subtracted.
Okay, we can do that. Some trouble with this laptop. So. It is okay. Just this part I'll move. Cut. Sorry, I'm going to move this. The okay, the retail rate. There's already a comma there. I'll go to
Just put it at the end of the sentence. And then where you say the value of the renewable energy certificates, you could say including the value of the energy certificates. Shall include a table specifying the components of the total aggregate retail rate, including the value of the. Is that okay with you?
No, I think it's fine the way it
That's a
is.
good question. I mean, are the renewable energy certificates value? Is that something that's valued as part of the TAR anyway, or is that a separate component?
Well, it's
No,
kind of derived separately. It's not something that is part of the cost of service. As far as I know, I mean, it's the utilities have to come up with that number independently of all the other components of the TAR, right?
Actually,
the act is written is that it's an adder, kind of.
Okay.
Okay.
So
But,
I would prefer that it just like be included here. We know what we mean and we'll figure it out.
Okay, fine.
You are right, Commissioner Hall, though the TAR, the language of the act does include the value of renewable energy attributes in the in fact, I think we should use the value of renewable energy attributes because that's what's used. That is part of the TAR. You're right. So
okay.
I should okay. We'll stick with that. It's been enough time on this issue.
You want to get rid of the comma after the word subtracted.
Oops, thank you.
That's it.
Sorry. All right. Okay.
Thank you, guys. I know it seems minor, but
no, it's
sometimes
not
that clarity
minor.
makes all the difference when you're implementing the rule.
It absolutely does. Yeah.
And having that clarity in the tariffs will help. And the process with staff assisting the utility states if they need it, I think that will provide a lot of clarity. All right. So those, I believe, I'm going to go back to the order now. This and stop share. Order. Here it is. All right, so we have finished that. I'm going to get rid of this because we've done it. And I'll, of course, get rid of any highlighting the order. But we'll move on to the next issue. What is the next issue? So I believe we've gone through all the old issues to be revisited, except one issue that was raised to the team by ASD, which is that we had some rule language saying that the fees, there are two sets of fees. This was discussed last week, so I won't go into detail about that. Fees, application fees from the bidders, the people proposing the projects to be considered in the process, and then if they're selected to move on in the process, those need to be paid to the commission. So I've included language in the order. They shouldn't be paid to the administrator because there's a concern as to whether the administrator whether a third-party contractor can collect any fees on behalf of the state, even and hold them for any period of time. So though the administrator would receive the actual bid applications, the payment of the application fees would come to the commission. And I've actually included in the rule in those in two areas. Language says that the monies are due and payable to the commission. So just a clarification to make sure we don't run afoul of any DFA regulations, et cetera. Okay, so that is actually, we're finished with subject matter that was discussed last week, and we'll move on to brand new subject matter, starting with cost sharing for transmission, for costs that arise, such as system upgrades required for the interconnection of a community solar facility. As you will recall, a big issue for community solar projects is that sometimes when, in this process, a project may be selected for to go forward based on the characteristics of the project. And we'll talk about the selection criteria today. But then the next step is to have an interconnection study by the utility as to, can their grid handle the facility at this particular location, et cetera. And that study can be expensive. So cost sharing might be appropriate among projects for those costs. And then there are the actual costs of the upgrade, which, as you know, could be very, very high if a major upgrade is needed just to add an additional project. So I think on this issue, there's a lot of discussion here. I think I'm going to go back to the orders because the rule, because the rule does make it very clear what the three areas would be considered for cost sharing. I'm sorry, I keep flipping back, but I just think this is going to be easier to look at the rule on this one. So I'm sharing the rule. Hopefully everyone can see that. And so we're going to go to the cost sharing subsection. Let me find that. Okay, where is it? It's up here. Here we go. Interconnection cost sharing. So this is where I'm looking. Section 13. There are three types. If you look at A, 1, 2, and 3, three types of cost sharing here. One would be among. I see a change I want to make right now. Among. So I'm going to call it subscriber organizations, not developers here. Subscriber organizations. Those are the organizations, as you recall, that actually develop and operate projects. So the rule as recommended by the team would provide that the commission may determine, it doesn't commit the commission to doing this, on a case-by-case basis, whether the cost of distribution system upgrades necessary to interconnect one or more community solar facilities may be eligible, lots of mays here, for some form of cost sharing. So number one, that's an uncontroversial kind of cost sharing to allow, and I don't think anyone had really any objections to that, because that's just among projects that might benefit from the upgrade that, this is how the process happens. A project, has an interconnection application. The utility comes back and says, well, to interconnect your project, we're going to need these upgrades, and they may be very high, they're very expensive, and if that project, if that subscriber organization wanted to come to the commission and ask and identified other projects that will benefit, the commission might consider having a proceeding. Hopefully the projects would agree, those subscriber organizations would agree. They didn't, the commission might consider going forward, may consider that. That's a relatively uncontroversial version of cost sharing. The next two, number 2 and 3, this is a potential appeal issue. This is where the utilities the utilities in particular, they commented strongly against any kind of cost sharing between the subscriber organizations, which involves their subscribers as well, of course, and non-subscribing ratepayers of the utility. In other words, ratepayers of the utility that are not in communities, that chose not to participate in community solar. There's the act itself addresses that kind of cost sharing to some extent, saying that there shall not be any subsidization of costs that result from, I don't remember the exact language, but that are caused by the community solar program or any particular facility. Those shall not be borne by any non-subscribing ratepayers, except that the commission may, if it finds a good cause, go up to 3%, require up to 3% of, I think it's aggregate billing or something like that, that amount of cross subsidization can occur. And this rule would just would leave it open for the commission to consider that on a case-by-case basis. It doesn't commit us to do it, the commission to do it, but it allows for the possibility. And the reason we did this is because it's such a contentious issue. Plus, we won't know until we've had some more experience exactly what how close to the 3% threshold that we'll even be coming. So even the utilities admit that the commission can require cross subsidization up to 3% of that aggregate billing number. So we don't have to decide all of this here. We'll want to see more facts. A case-by-case basis seems to make sense. But I will warn the commission, the utilities felt very strongly about this issue, that there's a possibility that even with this leaving it open kind of language, the utilities might appeal and say this should not even be left open as a possibility, or that it should stay in the rule that they'll only go up to 3%. Just so you get an idea. Yeah, I think you have an idea. I can take any questions on that issue, but I think that there is a this is the other relevant provision with regard to interconnection cost sharing. C, expenditures are approved for such cost sharing of necessary interconnection upgrades may not be considered cross subsidization. So again, softening the language. In appropriate cases, another case-by-case basis. So if there's a project, let me say specifically, if there's a facility that wants to interconnect, they get the results of their interconnection study back from the utility, says these upgrades are needed. The commission can consider on a case-by-case basis whether, well, gee, these upgrades, or some portion of them, are upgrades that would be expected to be needed in the near future, even without this facility. So the project shouldn't bear all these costs. And it's clear that we can require up to 3% limit, but if this has a net benefit, if the project has a net benefit to non-subscribing ratepayers, because it's a project that needs to be undertaken anyway, or will improve the grid or modernize it, then the commission, at least this rule leaves open the possibility that the commission would say this particular set of costs is not really cross subsidization, so it's not subject to 3% limit. Just leaving it open. And I see Art has his hand up.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Hall.
Yes, I see Art here too, and I was just about to ask a question that was going to be directed to Art. So, but it might not be the reason Art raised his hand. So to the extent Art would like to say something separate, that's fine, but I would like to put my question to him. And that is, to the extent costs are shared, I wanted to ask him if he could describe what relevance, if any, a utility's analysis of hosting capacity has to this entire issue of possible shared costs among ratepayers for the development of these projects, because it's an issue that's come up in the interconnection rule and also is anticipated in the grid modernization rules we're going to establish. And it's a theme that kind of goes throughout these rules that involve interconnections. And I just wondered if he could take this opportunity to educate us some on the nexus between a utility's hosting capacity analysis and these situations where we'll certainly come into where there's going to appear to be shared use of the same pieces of the distribution system, to the extent that it implies that there needs to be shared costs. So can you take that away, Art?
Sure, Commissioner Chair, my name is Commissioner Hall. Commissioners, thank you. You're exactly right that this whole section of the rule is an attempt to align the three proceedings that we're looking at, which is in particular using the powers that the legislature has already granted the commission in the Grid Modernization Act to determine if a grid modernization project is in the public interest and therefore could go into rate base, right? Now, we haven't developed those rules yet, and that's an important consideration here. But the same language also appears in the draft interconnection rule, and hopefully will be a major component of the evaluation of grid modernization projects. So you're right that all of these things align. With regard to the hosting capacity issue, that's how a utility would determine if an upgrade on a system is necessary to accommodate the interconnection. And at the very least, you know, it's staff's, the advisory staff's position that if there are a couple of community solar developers who are going to be using the same substation or the same circuit, right, in order to deliver their energy, they ought to be able to share in the engineering studies that determine whether there are upgrades necessary, and if they're going to be using those same lines, to share in the cost, so it doesn't all fall on the first one in line, since essentially they're all going to be in line at the same time. So that's at the very basis, and that's what I think would be most valuable at this point in community solar. Looking forward, right? It certainly would be, I think, in the interest of modernizing the system and allowing for greater interconnections of all projects if we have a situation where the commission can fully evaluate if there are system benefits to an upgrade that accommodates interconnection of projects, whether they're community solar, or whether they're rooftop solar, or whether they're commercial developments, and can put at least some of those costs into rate base or share them among customers of a certain rate class that benefits from them. Very much in the way that the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission looks at a transmission line and determines that some component of the cost of that transmission line provides a system benefit for reliability, for better service, for accommodating regional markets, that kind of thing. And then what level of costs go for allocation among the utilities customer base as opposed to everybody. Okay, so that's really what we're trying to get at. I hope that answers your question, is that yes, the hosting capacity analysis is how you determine whether an upgrade is needed.
Yes, that does somewhat go to it, but my follow-on question is, well, and I don't know whether it's a question, it's just a statement of what my understanding is that hosting capacity is a process that takes some time and isn't done yet. And so I guess my concern is how projects can go forward in the meantime and achieve it, you know, what would their maximum efficiency without a hosting capacity analysis. And if that's so, should we prioritize requiring utilities to do a hosting capacity analysis as soon as possible? How will that play out in terms of that?
Well, that's something that we're working on, and we hope to include hosting capacity in the conversation about grid modernization and make that a component of how we value projects. And so then it would feed into the interconnection rule. There's two kinds of hosting capacity analysis. There's an individualized of a particular circuit to determine what that circuit can accommodate. And then there's a system analysis. And I think that the resistance from the utilities has been on a system analysis to have a mapping of their entire system in every circuit. Whereas the individual circuits, they go through that, through the engineering studies, through the system impact studies, and the feasibility studies that are part of the interconnection process. So really, we're not requiring a system-wide approach in order to make this happen, because the analysis will really be on a project-by-project, circuit-by-circuit basis for the basis of this particular rule.
And just to follow on that, are Are there states where there have been utilities that have performed a system-wide hosting capacity analysis?
Well, California is still undergoing its project, but yes, the utilities have to do a circuit by circuit analysis and put together what are called hosting maps so that it's visible and transparent to developers where the best place for them to put their projects would be, right? And that, but that's a very involved process, right? And it's taken years. I mean, California started this in like around 2015. And they're still refining. The first set of maps that the utilities came in were not adequate for the purposes, and so they had to go back and revise them. So it is a very involved process that the commission would have to make a commitment to pursuing in grid modernization, in interconnection, as a separate rulemaking. We haven't determined what the best way to do it is, but it's on the table for figuring out.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you.
So if there are no other questions about this provision, cost sharing for transmission, for not transmission, for interconnection costs, then I will move on.
Yeah, I would just like to add one thing, Russell, is that you raised the possibility of a challenge from the utilities. At this stage, I don't see why they would challenge it because we are leaning heavily on legislative authority. But they might have a problem with a particular decision that a commission makes about a particular project. So
yes,
I don't think we're going to go to court over this one.
I agree.
Fingers crossed.
I agree that we probably will not, and I would certainly argue that any such appeal would be premature because we are taking cost by cost, a case by case approach. But there's a possibility that a utility might say, you shouldn't even leave this open. It's clear that you could never do this or something like that, which probably not. I agree with her. So I'm going to move on to the next issue. I'm going to move back to the order.
Russell?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Time check. We've been at it for 2 hours now, and we're getting near the end. But I would like to take a 10-minute break and have us reconvene at 11:40. Are there any objections to that? All right, let's take a 10-minute break and we'll pick up where we left off at 11:40. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
forever. And I heard there was an animal.
All right, everyone, it's 11:40. Cynthia Hall, Stephen Fishman, I don't see you. Are you there?
I'm back.
All right, welcome back, Commissioner Fishman. Vice Chair Hall, good to see you.
Hi.
Commissioners Byrd and Vicente Aguilar, are you on?
I am.
Yes, I'm here.
Awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and get started again. Russell?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So we can move on to our next topic. It falls under the subject matter of market oversight, and it is the selection process, minimum qualifications and selection criteria for scoring projects to select them to go forward.
Russell, can you
and
please share your screen, please?
Yes, and I've decided actually to go back to the order again because the rule again. I said I was going to go back to the order, but I think the rule actually is the best way to just to discuss this as well. So let me share that. Here we go. Okay. So we are looking at. Looking at. Here it is. Sorry, I should go find it in the rule. Here we go. Here we go. So this is a big section. Most of it is selection criteria. I'll describe that. The process for selection of community solar facilities. I already talked about this language I added that the team recommends to make it clear the commission doesn't get involved in the process. It's the administrator. So there were a lot of different proposals made in comments as to what should be the minimum qualifications that any project must meet, any community solar facility project must meet in order to be considered at all. And then also what attributes should be considered and how they should be weighted in terms of scoring proposed projects relative to each other. The team recommends going almost entirely with the recommendations of the ad hoc committee. There was as you will recall, after the order issuing NOPR was issued, we had a request from CCSA and that's a community. I don't know if I can remember. Anyway, from CCSA, I'll just say that, and a number of other commenters that did joint comments with them to allow more time for, I think, initial and responsive comments, so that they could meet as an ad hoc committee, a bunch of commenters together to come up with a comprehensive scheme for qualifications and selection criteria. And the team thinks they did a really good job and basically adopted them here for the recommendations of the commission. So there are four minimum qualifications in subsection B. I won't go. I'm not going to go through all of them unless people have questions. I think they're kind of obvious. These four things that have to be present, or five that have to be present before the bid or proposal will go any further in the process at all, will be considered. I'm just going to go through it in order. So that was in B. C, a lot of commenters raised the issue of subscription organizations that are owned or affiliated with the utilities themselves. There's nothing in the act that bars the utilities themselves from proposing community solar facility projects. I don't know how likely that is. Art might be able to talk about that if anyone has any questions, but maybe, I don't know if it's happened in other states, but a lot of commenters were concerned about that. So subsection C has two provisions concerning that, which is actually C and D go to this issue. First, in subsection C, there's a limit. This was recommended by staff that bids made by utilities themselves or entities created by them, utility affiliated entities, they'll be considered according to all the same selection criteria and qualifications. However, staff recommended a 20% limit of the statewide capacity cap. That's generally how the statewide capacity cap is initially 200 megawatts for the whole program. And I think we previously discussed that's the commission has to come up with an initial allocation of that cap, which this rule does. And that's how we, that's determinative of how many projects can be within each utility's territory. So staff wanted some, and some other commenters wanted some kind of limitation upon utilities. So because they were concerned
Mr. Chair.
Chair Hall.
I'm sorry, I just couldn't understand everything Russell was saying. Could you just repeat what you were saying?
I'm sorry, I'll slow down and speak more clearly. Yes. So this subsection C addresses the concern raised by some commenters that the utilities might actually become dominant to a certain extent, to the extent that they want to participate and create their own community solar facilities and bid in the process, or create affiliates that would be subscriber organizations. That some people ask for a limit, and staff on that activity, so as to provide other developers the opportunity to participate. And staff recommended a 20% limit on utility and utility affiliated.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Russell, how did they arrive at that 20%? Is there some other number? Is that employed by other states or something? Or
that's a good question. Let me. I'd have to go back to the order, see if if I have a summary of exactly how they came up with 20%.
Here's Arthur. Maybe he can inform us.
If I may, Commissioner Maestas, Commissioner Hall.
Go ahead, Arthur.
No, it was staff recommendation in terms of putting a limit on it. What it amounts to would be no more than totally 40 megawatts out of the entire cap. And it comes down to as many as 5 projects in PNM territory, just like, what is it, 45 megawatts, 7 projects in SPS and 6 projects in El Paso electric territory. Whether the utilities are even involved in that, we don't know. We just wanted to make sure that there was a more or less even playing field and that the utilities couldn't dominate it. So the number really just came out to what makes sense in terms of capacity versus number of projects.
Versus what projects?
Number of projects.
Number of projects.
That would be involved.
Okay. Was fine. As long as there's some rationale behind it, that's good.
Yeah.
So Russell, I'm pretty clear
yes.
on this. If all the other commissioners are, I think we can move on.
Okay. Then subsection D places another restriction that was requested by some of the commenters, that to the extent that a utility also acts as a bidder or subscribing organization in competition with other bidders, that the utility shall not use any information that has been provided in the interconnection application process. In other words, in its role as a qualifying utility, to get or any information to which the utility has superior access. It's a little general, but to gain an unfair advantage for itself or any of its bidders. In other words, the utilities may, some commenters pointed out, may have a leg up in the sense that they're going to have more information about their grid than other bidders, and they're not to use that information to benefit any utility affiliated subscriber organization in the bidding process would be unfair. So we've included that in D. And then E is where we get to the selection criteria that the ad hoc committee recommended, and the weighting of those criteria. So it's all included here, very clear instructions to the administrator. This alone should probably be enough for the administrator, the rule itself as instructions, because we felt that those instructions should be in the rule, they should be public. It's obviously a very important part to all the subscriber organizations. This is a very important part of the rule. So the only thing I'm going to point out that was a change is that in subpart 8, This is one of the selection criteria. I had a more detailed provision in there last week, but it was pointed out to me that section 13-121 of the statutes was amended in the most recent legislative session. That is a provision that the act requires us to incorporate these considerations that are in this other statute in the process of considering bids or projects, which are 13-121. Before it was amended, was a section of it was a statute that provided for extra percentage points in the bidding processes for like state contracts for resident businesses and resident veteran businesses. I had a very specific provision there, but it's been amended, which will probably be effective, I assume, in June, like most bills. The act was that statute was amended to include Native American owned businesses. So we decided we're going to make this more general. Just refer to the statute. That's usually the best when you have a rule referring to a statute. It's usually best to keep it open so that as the statute evolves, the rule evolves without having to make any changes. So I just made that more general. Then I move on from the selection criteria unless there are any questions.
So
Russell?
Yeah, I have a question. Go ahead.
So
Okay, Commissioner Fishman and then Vice Chair Hall.
Yeah. So on the categorization shall be awarded points accordingly. I'm losing track of how many points that would be. Is that it? Because the statute, does that award points in the statute or not?
Well, the reason I've left that a bit general is because you'll see every other portion of this is very specific about how many points for each option, the category that a project may fall into. This one, though, is a little different in the sense that the act tells the commission specifically to I don't know the exact language, but to account for, take into consideration, or weight projects according to that. And the thing is, 13-121 has its own detailed scheme of percentage points, actually the statute to which it refers, probably maybe the procurement code, has a very detailed percentage points and weighting of their own, into which 13-121 says the state essentially shall weight, shall give this many percentage points for a resident-owned business, a few more, this many, which is more for the veteran-owned business, and then I don't know how many for Native American-owned business. But I wanted to keep that open. This is the only the point that's a bit vague on points, because we have to work that into our structure, and at this point, we don't want to be specific about what the amendment is, because it doesn't become effective until June, and so there is a little. Yes, this is it's more general, but for a good reason, I think.
So which is fine. So what we essentially need to do is come up with a conversion factor, if you will, to take the statutory provision and make it work in our point system.
Exactly, like convert it over to so that what we get in our set of criteria weighs those three criteria about the same, or if possible exactly the same as they would be in the overall scheme of the procurement code or something like that.
Okay, so do we need to put any date on when a conversion factor, for lack of a better term, would be in place?
We could. I don't think we need to. I've been very specific, or the team has been very specific in these provisions. I think this is the one where we can be general because we're just trying to keep up with that statute. And I don't think we have to put a date on it, but we should, as part of the implementation and administration of the program, issue something before the actual bidding process starts and provide it as an instruction to the administrator. That would be good enough. I see Art has his hand.
Yeah, Arthur, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, Commissioner Chair and Commissioners, we do have a contractor who is developing the RFP materials. We're going to have a meeting with them on Monday or Tuesday of next week, and we can add this. we've really kind of established all the other point systems, and these are like bonus points for exceeding what the state requires, right? So there's an interplay between you have to do it, and if you do better, then you get more points, but they're considered in the bonus point structure. So we can work that out in that context. It'll be part of the RFP materials.
Art, actually, I have to differ with you there. It's not
okay.
really a bonus thing because 13.121 would not apply to this process because it's very much about applies to procurement. So, but the statute, does require us to, yeah. So, but it's not really a bonus. It's something that has to be considered for each project. But we just need a little more general as to how we're going to fit it in. Which I think is perfectly fine in that instance. So we'll do that before we have an implementation. We have a separate docket for implementation and administration of the program that has already been opened, and that will, things like this will be addressed in there, and they should be addressed. This one has to be addressed before the selection process begins, obviously, and as an instruction to the administrator.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Vice Chair Hall.
So I have a question, and maybe it's something better directed to Art, but I'll start with Russell. In the next provision, subparagraph 9, Russell, could you move your cursor so that, thank you. It says the program administrator can award additional 5 points to any bid that includes an innovative commitment or provision beneficial to the local community. Is that statutory language, Russell, or how do we define an innovative commitment or determine the provision beneficial to the local community? I mean, to potential subscribers, it seems like the fact that they want to have community solar and they're able to get it is beneficial to them. So what do these terms mean? Really, I mean, for purposes of the rule, how is innovative commitment defined? Is it defined anywhere or not? If it's not, okay, that's fine.
Commissioner,
if I may, Commissioner.
Go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah, I would just say that we didn't want to limit innovation by trying to define it, right? Because that excludes something. But
I get it.
Along the lines, this would be something like, if a project came in and decided that it also wanted to include a storage device as part of the project, we didn't make any other accommodation for that. This would be a place where it could be considered something that brings an additional benefit that's not already covered. It could be that they're working with a particular community organization or a municipality as a project partner that's not figured into the scoring system. We did want to leave it open because we don't, I can't define innovation, right? I don't want to limit it at this point. It's just a few extra points, but it could make the difference from one project or another project. And we do leave it open.
Okay.
Commissioner Hall, this is the bonus point provision. This was one of the recommendations of the ad hoc committee. Bonus points for something we haven't thought of, but that's a good idea, and it would leave it in the administrator's discretion to decide that, just under these more general categories. So okay, so then I've added, so moving on from the criteria, I put some more explanatory language as to the process clarification as to well, how many? I had this question even as of last week, and I had to have clarified. Well, how many projects will be selected? Subsection F provides the program administrator selects projects using those criteria, and fills up the pool of selected projects for each qualifying utilities territory until they reach the allocated capacity cap, and that's the pool of selected projects. And then in H, there would be a wait list for each utility created by the administrator for the project scored, the next set of projects according to scoring. That are slightly lower than the ones that were selected, to create a wait list of an additional 20% of each utility's allocated capacity cap to be ready to jump into the process of the pool of selected projects should any project pull out after the selection process, which is likely that some will, because here we're selecting projects based on these attributes of or the administrator will be selecting projects based on the attributes of the project. Then the next step is for the project to pay another fee to us, of course, that's most important of all, and then apply for interconnection. And that's when projects may begin to pull out if the interconnection costs turn out to be too high. That's something that might cause selected projects to pull out, and then we need someone to come in from the wait list. And we'd have that already, someone to backfill behind them, or other issues that the projects finds that it runs into in terms of feasibility, such as and Art had pointed out that he thinks one of the major what may end up being a major hurdle for some facilities is the Act's requirement that each facility each community solar facility enroll at least 30% of its subscribers as low-income subscribers. And there's some provisions that we'll discuss in a moment about how the commission will contract with a provider to assist with that and reach out because that may be an issue too. So there may be constraints that come up after the projects are proposed and selected that cause projects to pull out because things just aren't going as well as they should. And that's also the time when if a project receives an interconnection study from the utility that says they have to pay all kinds of upgrades, when they may come to the commission, and the commission may consider on a case-by-case basis whether there will be cost sharing. So that's just to give you an idea of how the process will actually work out. So it's very specific here. If there aren't any questions, I'll move on from the issue of the selection process.
Any questions?
One question, Russell.
Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, there's a 3-point bonus for a 12,000 volts interconnection. And I'm just curious, what's the reason for that?
From my perspective, the reason for that is the ad hoc committee recommended it. That's a good question. I'm going to refer that to Art.
Yeah, well, that would be a project that's much closer to the load. A 12-volt connection would be on the local distribution system rather than on the kind of a network system.
Why is that? Why
so
does
would
that
there be
get a bonus?
more bonus points for a connection to a lower voltage?
Because it would be closer to the load to the customers.
No, I get that, but
Oh, should it say or lower instead of or higher? Is that what you're saying, Commissioner Fishman? It now says 12 kilovolts or higher. Should it say or lower? That sounds like maybe
it's
right.
12 or higher.
All right. Yeah, this was one of the recommendations from the community solar group. I'm sorry. Well, I don't want to change it until I see what they recommend. Actually, the wording of their recommendation. So bear with me.
Okay.
The ad hoc committee actually created a sheet for us with all these descriptions, and we did have to elaborate on some of it to make a rule in some places, but generally we followed their language exactly.
Why don't we just go ahead and move on until Arthur can find the specific input from the ad hoc committee?
Yeah,
Okay, let me highlight this.
Thank you.
So I don't forget about it. Yeah, but that sounds right to me, Commissioner Fishman. That's probably lower is what we're looking at, but maybe not. I don't know. Those technical areas are not always my best areas. So the next, I'm going to stop share with the rule. I may come back to it, but I'm going the order of the order, and that's not exactly the order of the rule. So let me just find the next issue, a set of issues. And we really are making a lot of progress because cost sharing, the two things we discussed, new issues we discussed today, subject matters of cost sharing and the selection criteria, those were the big areas. There are a number of things to go, but they're pretty small. So this should go fast. Let me get to the order. Oh, okay. I just need to share this.
And Russell, let's focus on the issues that could be a source of contention.
Okay. Okay, so let me share this. Okay. Here we go. All right. Okay, so moving on from selection. We did all this. We covered all these issues, utility affiliated. Yeah, I'm gonna skip some across some issues like the rule would require that each facility have a production meter. I think these were pretty uncontroversial. Let me see where we go here. Well, this area I have to scan through a little more slowly because I don't have highlighted areas because these are all new. But unsubscribed energy. This is kind of sorry. I mean, this is kind of the Act provides that the Act itself has language requiring the utility to. Okay, I just want to make this clear. Okay, a subscriber organization has a particular facility. It generates a certain amount of energy based on the sun, but while a subscriber organization is not fully subscribed, in other words, where the amount of energy that's being produced is not being allocated fully to a whole set of subscribers whose use corresponds to that energy. They're still in the process of trying to sign up subscribers, or they're unable to. There's what's called unsubscribed energy. In other words, the facility is producing energy, as the sun allows it, and if they're only half subscribed or 60% subscribed or something like that, then some of this energy is being created, put into the grid, and it's not attributable to any particular subscriber. So there are no subscribers. There's like say 30% of the energy is unsubscribed that's being generated and put into the grid, but there's no one to compensate for it through a bill credit because it lacks subscribers. There are specific provisions in the Act requiring that I think after a year, the utility is supposed to purchase that unsubscribed energy from the subscriber organization itself at its avoided cost. Did I get that right, Art? Or so make sure I got that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was looking at the other thing,
Okay.
but
so there isn't much to decide when it comes to unsubscribed energy because the Act is very specific about it. But what the rule has is that the utility, I don't know exactly where I'm on this.
Russell, it looked like we were supposed to be seeing something in paragraph 227. There was something at the bottom of that language, but we were looking mostly at the staff response in 228. Team response.
Was this something highlighted?
No, it's just where you left it. I didn't know if I assume that's what you wanted us to see, but.
No, I'm sorry. I was just trying to get to this is where I want to be, is right here. Cost recovery for unsubscribed energy, because this is a major component. I did skip over, like I said, things like requirement of a production meter, because I think they're relatively uncontroversial, and the chairman did want us to go past those. They were uncontroversial in the comments and just kind of obvious. So I went to cost recovery for unsubscribed energy.
That's not, we're on comments relevant to market oversight issues. Is that where you want us to be?
Yes, because market oversight was one of the subject matter headings under which there are many issues. And this particular issue is cost recovery for unsubscribed energy.
Energy rolled forward. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm not going to go through the comments in any detail as per the chairman's instruction. So the recommendation of the team here is that the commission adopt the relevant language of the proposed rule, and I'll describe that with some additional language. There were some essentially unworkable provisions recommended commenters. I won't go in there that were required, like Key Carson requested, like a recommended requirement that there be on-site storage of that energy. That's not really what the rule is addressing in this area. That is addressing how to deal with the cost, the fact that the utility would be receiving 100% of the production produced energy into its grid, and some of it wouldn't be credited to anyone. And so after a year, as I said, the Act requires payment of avoided costs. So the team recommends that a requirement be included in the rule that this avoided cost determination be documented. It doesn't have to be immediately filed, but and I think the utilities would probably do this anyway if they make those payments, because they could request rate recovery for those payments, because this is energy essentially that they were compelled to purchase under the act that no one is credited for. We want to make sure their avoided cost determinations are correct.
What'd you say, Russell? You're going a little fast.
I'm sorry,
I can't quite make it out.
I'm sorry. So the team recommends, just with regard to the requirement that in the act that utilities purchase unsubscribed energy at their avoided costs, utilities avoided costs, that the utility keep a record of that avoided cost determination, and that the commission will consider requests to recover those in the utility subsequent base rate case. That would, I think, go without saying. Obviously, if they want to recover for those costs, the utility, they know they have to create a documentation and ask for it, but just clarifies that's how we'll handle it.
These are costs associated with what?
The act requires that the utility purchase after 1 year, this is done at the 1 year period. If a facility still is not fully subscribed, in other words, there aren't subscribers subscribing to 100% of the production of energy, then you have what's called unsubscribed energy. In other words, energy that's being produced by the solar facility and put into the utility's grid automatically, for which no subscriber is getting a credit. In other words, like 60% of the energy may be subscribed, and those subscribers are getting a bill credit accordingly for the amount of that power that's produced that is allocated to those subscribers. But if you're not fully subscribed, obviously there's a large portion of energy that's going into the grid that is assisting the utility in providing service, but there's no one to credit. There's no solar bill credit going to any subscriber because it's unsubscribed. And then the act says, well, after a year, that unsubscribed energy shall be purchased by the utility. The utility shall pay the avoided cost of the cost avoided by the utility in generating energy and distributing, et cetera, because the utility received that. No one got credited for it. So what happens then is that the subscriber organization is paid by the utility for that unsubscribed energy, and it's at the avoided cost rate. Does that make sense? Because
yes.
Okay. So just clarification. I'll move on from that. So these are a lot of smaller issues, but the issue of deferral of the decision on caps. The act itself requires that the commission make an initial determination. That's the language used by the act of how to allocate a 200 megawatt statewide program capacity cap. In other words,
you're looking at paragraph 241.
Yeah, actually, that's the title. I'm going to go past the comments and go to the team recommendation. Sorry about that. So the rule does have a provision in which the commission has done an allocation among PNM, SPS, and EPE as to the allocated capacity for each of those utilities territories. Which I believe, was that based on overall retail sales? It was a market
addressable market.
Yes. Art.
Oh, yes, correct.
Okay.
Addressable market.
Okay. And then there's a question of when to do have a proceeding to determine the ultimate level of the statewide cap. In other words, that 200 megawatts for statewide the commission can alter that based on, the results of the first couple of years. This is the initial period I was talking about. The results of the first couple of years, see how much demand there is. Does the overall cap need to go from 200 megawatts to something else? And then also how to allocate that cap if it's still 200 or if it's a higher cap. That will be done in another rulemaking proceeding. After the initial 2 years, there'll be another rulemaking proceeding, and that's sort of referred to in areas of the rules, because 2024 under the act is clearly a year that the legislature intends for the commission to examine the program based upon the first 2 years' experience, because the commission has to provide a report to the legislature by November 1st, 2024, and is supposed to undertake this decision making about the ultimate level of the cap based on what we've learned in April 2024. So there's going to be rulemaking proceeding to review a number of issues, but this one specifically has to be. And the team is recommending, let's wait until April 2024. I think that'll be when we have to have something effective. But anyway, that's what we're recommending. Let's see. Let's use that time to learn about what the level of cap should be and what the allocation should be. So if there are any questions.
So Russell, just a comment, the recommendation on a statewide capacity cap, ideally that would go into the report to the legislature, right? It's due on November 1st of 2024, but it will be established in April of 2024.
Yes, I believe the act requires, I think we may have to decide by April 2024. Yes. I believe that there's actually a date in the statute. So we'd have to start a rulemaking a little earlier than that. That's a rulemaking to amend. It won't need this much time as this much is needed. I hope. We'll be just using knowledge that we've gathered to do this, create a new cap, reallocate it, and also address some other issues like we talked about last week. Someone say something? Remember last week we talked about protections for subscribers. We may find that the commission may find that they want additional protections for subscribers based on experience. There's a lot to learn from experience here, obviously. So April would be, that's the act's requirement, is that we have the new cap in place by then. So it would be, the rulemaking would have to start a little earlier than that, but I think it would be a fast rulemaking.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to just follow up on that a little bit. I just want to understand do we have a plan there to just be in the midst of a rulemaking when we're making the report to the legislature? Is that what we're essentially doing there? Or do you want to set it up differently? I mean, like more in advance? It's nice to get 2 full years of data. And if that's what the statute says, that's what we ought to do. But
let me go to the actual statutory language, which I've recreated here. That's a good question about the timing, whether they want to be more specific. So let me actually look at these deadlines. This is a proposal. I have the act. I don't have this. Of course, I don't have the section of the act that I need right now. Let me just I have it in here, or I can just go to the act. But I believe April 1st is the deadline to have that cap in place. So we'd have to do rulemaking for that. And then there's quite a bit of time between that and the report, which requires a number of things to be reported to the legislature. But let me look at the specific provision. I'll just do a quick search for that here, because I have recreated it somewhere in here. Let me see. Statewide. Program. Here we go. So the act requires the commission, this is actually quoted right from the act, the commission to adopt rules to establish a program. This is an initial statewide. Okay, so initial statewide capacity cap, which is created here, and an allocation among the utilities. That will be in place until November. Okay. I'm glad we looked at this. Sorry. This current set of caps, this current cap and allocation will be in place until November 1st, 2024. So we can start a rulemaking in April of 2024 or around then. I'm trying to remember what the April deadline actually was. Maybe April isn't a specific deadline. I think we chose April. I'm sorry. Thank you for clarifying, for making me clarify this in my own head. We chose April as exactly 2 years from the April 1st deadline, just to begin considering that. So it's only November 1st, which is the date the report is required to the legislature. That's when we have to have a new set of caps, a new statewide cap and allocation ready to go. So I hope that's clear now. I obviously wasn't clear myself. I had to remind myself.
Well, I guess are you saying then we have to have a rulemaking completed by November 1, 2024 to establish new caps?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So that's the deadline. And I think we put April in, we may not need really a reference to April, but I'm not sure why we have that. You know, it's exactly 2 years, I think is what we said we'd start a rulemaking or something like that. But yes, I obviously need to clarify that because I didn't have that clear in my own head. I hope that answers the question.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
As long as if you establish something about that rulemaking somewhere else, you probably want to make it conform to what we just talked about.
Let me look at I'm going to go look at the rule language because you're right. This is important. And I want to make sure that I have the rule language. I'm going to go to the rule itself now just to make sure, see what we have there, make sure that we thought it through. I mean, what we just discussed is what we want. It makes sense, but I just want to make sure we get this right, obviously. So the statewide capacity caps, that section is statewide capacity program caps. So in the rule, we'd be setting this initial cap of 200 megawatts. That's what's required by the act. And then we allocate it among 3 utilities. As you see here.
Look at paragraph C.
On or before April 1st, Commission will review. So we set that deadline ourselves as being at 2 years. We don't have to.
It says on or before April 1.
Yeah, you know, that's a good point. We've created a sort of time constraint that I don't know that we need because we'd be deciding it by April. Well, this is the thing though. We'd be deciding it by April. In other words, the rulemaking would have to be completed by April 1st. So the commission will have established the revised cap. But we may, even though we don't under the law, have to have it ready until November 1st. So why are we putting such a restriction on ourselves and making a time crunch that we may not need? I think we did this because there will need to be time for adjustments and understanding by the subscriber organizations who may, the people who will be affected, including the utilities, to adjust to know what the rule, the new caps, the ultimate caps will be, and have time to prepare. Is that why we have such a lag, Art? I don't remember why we want to decide it by April, even though it doesn't have to be. They won't be effective until November.
Yeah, I don't think
that this everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it is a matter of time, and this language in the rule doesn't say that we have to decide it. It's just that we review the results, right, and establish a revised cap that could be a proposal at that time that would be put into effect for November 1st. It was really, we figured that 2 years was enough time to figure out what was going on, how the program was working, what might change, and the statutory language is that a new cap would be in place by November 1st. So this is really to give us enough time to put it in place.
Well, I need to revise this language then, because Commissioner Hall, you're right. The way I have it written is that that will actually have the decision by April 1st. So we could say on or before April 1st, we could say instead the commission will begin a rulemaking process to determine this among other issues, because this actually does say that we'll have established a revised cap by that date to be effective November 1st. So I think we should give ourselves more time and just say the commission will commence a review. This is how I put it. Commence a review of, and it could be before that. We can start before that. On or before the commission will commence a review of of the results of the initial allocation subscribed and
it would be to establish rather than and establish. Yeah, to establish.
And I'll say and commence.
Oh wow, that's different. Yeah.
And a proceeding, yes. So I'm glad you pointed that out because it doesn't sound like we need that much lead time. I commence and we'll commence a review of the results and a proceeding
to establish.
Yes.
Establish. That gives you more time.
Yes. I'm glad you pointed that out. Proceeding to establish or revise annual. Okay, perfect. That'll be perfect. So. Perfect. Excellent.
Well, actually, it doesn't, because it has to be in effect after November 1, 2024. Even if you say to establish.
The rule that we had was imposing upon ourselves a requirement to have the rulemaking completed by April 1st, because that's the only way to establish the new cap. And this says we'll commence it on or before April 1st, and have it done, within a few months probably thereafter. But it doesn't It doesn't give us an even tighter deadline than we already have under
But
the
it
act.
says to establish a capacity program cap and allocation to be in effect at November 1, after November.
Right, but instead of the rule as it was would require the commission to have the cap established. In other words, the rulemaking completed by April 1st. Now it says on or before April 1st, we'll commence a review of the results, and will commence also applies to a proceeding. We'll at least have started by then, the rulemaking. Does that make sense?
I think that language covers it.
Yeah, but I'm a little mystified about to say that it'll be in effect after November 1, 2024. I guess not before November 1, 2024, but otherwise after is a big period of time. So
The act specifically says that that's the date that the ultimate cap should go into effect. So
after November 1, no, 2024.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
that's the statute wording. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
So
Okay. I'm done.
so,
Fishman?
yeah, just to follow up on that, Cynthia, be in effect after, would it be more precise to say be in effect beginning November 2, 2024?
Well, that would be a lot more precise. Yes.
I think we could do that. The act actually, I think, says after November 1st, 2024. But we can change it to beginning November 2nd. Of course, we can also clarify that this will be an amended rule that we'll be doing, so we don't have to be all that. But we can change that if you would like.
How about if you make it in effect by November 1st?
Yeah, there you go, in effect by.
Well, I actually don't want to say that because the act does use that language. I think we followed the act. It's saying after November 1st. It's an odd phrasing, but I think it comes right from the act.
Okay.
I have to look at that act language again. I have to go back to the order.
Because Cynthia's right,
just going
that
back to the order.
afterward gets very vague.
All right, you wordsmithers, settle down.
I know it's tedious, but these words and rules unfortunately really matter.
It's true, and it's very true. And I'm glad you pointed this one out because it makes a difference. We were putting an additional constraint upon ourselves that we didn't need to. Yeah, I know sometimes it's painful to go through.
I don't want to see a brief on the word after.
The
Right.
different meanings of the word after in different cases.
Yeah.
Does that mean hereafter?
I don't want to prepare that brief, so we can avoid that. I'm gonna go back to the order now, so I'll keep that in there, and then share screen should be in there right now. Oops, there it is. Okay. So I'm gonna move, if there are no more questions, I'll move on to the next issue.
Well, wait a minute. I thought you were looking something up, but I mean,
make sure the act language. I will do that just to verify. I'm almost 100% sure, but almost 100% is not 100%. So the act language, I think you just have to go find because I had it there.
you're going to look up the act language, right?
Yes, which I do have quoted in here. Let's see. So this is quoting directly from the act. The commission shall adopt rules to provide an initial statewide capacity program cap until, and that applies until November 1st, which to me includes November 1st possibly, but we could, but they didn't say until including. It does, I think it doesn't matter all that much. Oh, this 2 is where I got the language. We have to establish an annual statewide capacity program cap to be in effect after November 1st. And we've decided to defer that for the next rulemaking, which I think is perfectly fine. Because even though it says we shall adopt rules to do this, clearly the legislature intended to give us some time to evaluate that. So that's why, but it does say after November 1st is when the new capacity program cap is effective. So that's where we got that.
So, okay. So I'm glad to see that is statutory language and we didn't make it up. They did. And it does seem to give us, quite a grace period there. I wouldn't say there's a period expressed at all, actually, except there isn't one. It just says after November 1st. So 2024. So fine, we can reflect that language in our rule.
Okay.
And just to clarify, I mean, the statute here is actually saying literally and plainly that the rules that are adopted by April 1st, those rules are shall do both of these things, include an initial cap and establish an annual statewide capacity program cap. So some may interpret that to mean we have to establish it now, but the rule would explicitly say we're putting that off, until closer to that time, which I think is in accordance with the intent of the legislature. I think that's somewhat poorly drafted to say that the rule shall do that now. I don't think they intended that. They think if the rule itself says, we're not going to decide that now, we're going to decide it and have it ready by November 1st, that the commission commits itself to do that, that it's okay that this rule doesn't contain that. Because it's clearly the purpose of the initial versus the ultimate to give us time to see what happens. So the statute is a bit poorly worded there, and that it seems to imply that we'll establish it now. But if we—
What do you mean now? What do you mean now?
Now in this rule, because this says the commission shall adopt rules by no later than April 1st. The rule shall first provide an initial statewide cap, and 2, establish an annual the cap to be in effect after November 1st. That could be interpreted to mean we have to decide it now. But
yes,
that doesn't really make sense here, because the whole point is that it's obvious that the point is you get another couple of years to see what you really need. And the rule itself will address that, say, we will do a proceeding by this, started by April of 2024 to do that. I think that's clearly the intent of the legislature. There'd be no reason to have us do it now.
Yes, right.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I can move on to the next issue. But I'm glad, thank you for pointing that out, because I think that did need changing there. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry.
Good catch, Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you.
Very good. Let's see. So we were at, I just have to find where we're at here. We're way past here. Sorry, it's a long order.
If I may, while Russell's looking for the next portion to return to the issue of the 12 kV. Sure. I just got a clarification from Kevin Crane, who's with the Community Solar Advocacy Group that led the ad hoc committee, and he verified that it does mean 12 kV or higher, and he says it was to focus on lines that can actually accommodate a community solar project, right? So that was their recommendation, and I misspoke.
Oh, good. That's good to know. Not that you misspoke.
I'll go back to the rule then. Ordinarily, I would not recommend, speaking to a commenter after, but since it's just to clarify what they had said that was in comments that everyone had a chance to review, I think we're okay. Obviously, we just wanted to understand if they actually said that. So I'm going to go back. I'm not going to put it on the screen. I'm just going to go back to the order and put back higher. So sorry, don't forget to do that. Sorry about this. I think I have to do stop share. I'm sorry. I should do this quickly. I just want to make sure that we get this. Don't forget, I'm just going back to the rule quickly. And then the next few issues, I think we'll zoom right through. So I think time-wise, we're doing well. So that's in the selection criteria. 12 kV, 12 kV, where is 12 kV? Did I go past it? No, it's not go past it. Sorry, I just want to make this change before I lose sight of it. Okay, where is that? God, there are a lot of criteria here. I might have to do a search for 12 kV. I'll just make a note to myself. I'd stop. Sorry, I won't waste the commission assignment with this. I'll say, make a note to self. No. 12 kV or higher. Okay, thank you for bearing with me there. I'm going to go back to the order and the next issue, which is actually a brand new subject matter. We'll move out of market oversight issues into community outreach issues. Let me just say that and get back. I'm going to go back to the order. Here we are. Here's the order. Make it down to that. Oops. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so we just gone through the cap issue. Okay, subject matter number 5, community outreach and involvement. Under this subject matter heading, we had just one issue. Besides identifying potential service organizations that can pre-qualify subscribers, how should the commission provide training materials, et cetera, to the organizations, the community service organizations, community outreach organizations and monitor the effectiveness of their activities. So the team's recommendation was that the commission proceed under its contract. And I want to make sure that I've got this right in terms of timing. Have we actually entered into that contract, or is the RFP pending for that? I may have gotten this wrong here.
No, we have a contract with a group of groups, right? Basically, the Sustainable Communities Organization and the Grid Alternatives Organization joined together, and they are working with Commissioner Maestas' office and Mary Jane Parks to devise what the outreach and training program looks like.
Okay, excellent.
So that's underway.
So the recommendation covers, says, the commission will proceed under this contract. The service provider will identify and educate and train these organizations to create a pool of educated low-income subscribers who will, know what they need to know about community solar and hopefully become interested in it. And then the other question that was raised in the comments is, should the community organizations be compensated by, I guess we shouldn't say program administrator here.
Yeah, I actually need to point out that this is not what our recommendation is. The recommendation is that the subscriber organizations work with those ultimate community organizations and compensate them.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah,
actually, this says, I'm sorry. I just had a misunderstanding. The subscriber organizations. That actually is what it says. It doesn't say the commission will do it. Well, no, I'm sorry. You're right. Okay.
Right.
Sorry. The clarification. I have to revise this area. Sorry about this.
Yeah.
I think I got, there was confusion with the two types of organizations. The community organizations should be compensated by the subscriber organizations. I'm glad we got a clarification there.
Yeah. That's a big deal.
Yeah,
And let's make sure and
this
go to
is
the
how
rule.
it's been done in other
Yes, I'll go to the rule right after that.
Okay.
in other jurisdictions this way.
I had made a reference to Prosperity Works specific oral comment about this, but I think I'm not sure if they said that community organizations should be compensated, but I don't know if they said by the program or subscriber. So I'm going to take out that reference to there. I'm not sure exactly. That's exactly how they put it. It should be compensated as subscriber organizations. Okay, and then I'll go to the rule.
So the community organizations I have a question. Community organizations are identified by the commission. And so the subscribers have to work with the community organizations and then pay them, right?
Well, they don't, what the act says is that the commission comes up with a list of community organizations that can pre-qualify the low-income customers, right? We don't have the ability to do that, so we hired these groups in order to do that for us. And part of that is to provide training to those organizations so that when they make outreaches to low-income customers, they can provide them with the consumer information that protects them, right? They'll inform them of all that. But at that point, right, if they're acting as agents for the subscriber organizations, who are the project developers, then they should be paid by them rather than by the commission.
Yeah, at that point. But when we hire them, I guess we just follow the procurement rules.
We've already hired one group. We're not hiring the others. The other ones are being identified.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so we've referred to the contractor as a service provider, not as a community organization, because it may also be a community organization, but its job is to reach out, create and train the organizations to then reach out and educate the low-income potential subscribers and create a pool of potential subscribers. So there are a couple of layers here. But that's a good clarification. Thank you for that. Let me go to the rule, make sure I don't have anything contrary to that. And the rule says what we need it to say. So let me stop sharing again. Sorry. I'm going back to the rule now. There we go. Okay. So community outreach, I think we have toward the end. Let me just find that. This question. This is subscriber protections. Okay. Agreements. Those are the subscriber agreements. I'm just looking for, I think we have a community out. Oh, I'm just going to do a search for community outreach. It's within some other section. Let me find that. I'll just say I just have to do a find. Sorry. There's a lot in here. Find. I think outreach community. Let's see. Not community. I shouldn't do community. I'll do outreach. I'll just see community appears out. Here we go. Perfect. Okay. So within special subscriber provisions, I've included because the provisions we already had in here concern low income subscribers and how their eligibility for other programs and other criteria would determine, low income, what a low income subscriber is, whether they qualify. And so in C, this is a good section to discuss. The team has removed what was in the proposed rule about providing for certain types of small commercial customers to be eligible to be subscribers, because the act is very specific as to which rate classes and then which particular types of organizations shall be eligible to be subscribers to facilities. And it includes the residential rate class for each utility and the small commercial power rate class. So I don't think we should have anything in here other that could be contrary to that. And then beyond those two categories of rate classes, a utility rate payer that happens to be like a nonprofit, an educational institution, it's provided in the act. I know, so we just want to go with that in terms of eligibility to be a subscriber. And then I took that out, then added, for the initial period of the program, the commission shall contract with an experienced service provider to partner with community organizations to manage an outreach program. That part is fine to attract. Okay, this is where I need to change it. Well, Art, this is how we have it. I want to make sure it says Art is correcting me here. The community organizations may be compensated with proceeds from application fees collected from subscriber organizations. So I guess my thought had been that those that's how the subscriber organizations are paying because.
No.
Okay.
We should just drop this last sentence.
Just drop it entirely.
That's the simplest, yes.
Nothing about
right.
changing.
Yeah, the order says what our intent is, but we're not really dictating the relationship between the subscriber organization and the community organizations.
Okay, is that acceptable to the commissioners? Makes sense to me, but
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Okay, glad we caught that as well. Let's see that. Now I'll go back to the order. And now I swear we're on to subject matters that should be very quick. We should be able to finish this pretty soon. But I do appreciate the close scrutiny of that language because it needed to be corrected. Okay, let me share the order. Okay. Subject number 6, creation, financing, and availability of community solar facilities. This is dealing, let me slow down. This is dealing with a particular provision of the act, an instruction a direction from the legislature to the commission about what the rules have to contain. And most of the provisions under that part of the act are very specific. The rules shall contain, a cap and an allocation. But there's one that's not so specific. It simply says the rules shall reasonably allow for the creation, financing, and accessibility of community solar facilities. And what the team, I myself as an attorney and the team overall, didn't feel that provision, it requires specific, like a specific part of the rule that addresses it. What we felt that was more of a guiding purpose because it's reasonably allowing for these things, is something to, in other words, to help encourage and allow and like as a guiding principle for the more specific provisions of the rule. That's how we interpreted it. That we need to keep in mind when creating more specific provisions that to make it possible and for these subscriber organizations to go forward and encourage the market. So we didn't feel that we need a specific provision in the rule that did anything in particular for that, but that it would be a guiding principle. And we can even show one way. And some of the commenters said that as well. I think most of them did. So here, the team's recommendation. The team does not recommend that the commission modify the proposed rule for this. The team understands the provision to be guiding considerations to account for. And there are some points in the act. I'm trying to remember. There's a specific part of the order that refers to that in recommending a specific provision that I don't remember the specific provision. I can go to it if you want to, but as long as we're okay with the concept that this is a guiding principle, I think we can move on to the next. So if no questions, I'll go to the next.
Any objections to moving on?
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Russell.
Okay, under the Act, rural electric distribution cooperatives are not qualifying utilities. They're not required to participate like the 3 electric IRUs are, but they can opt in. And I've recreated that provision here. They don't have any particular deadline to opt in. It's kind of wide open for them. We did feel like, it's left wide open for them to participate or not. So the only thing that the commission, that the team recommends is that if a co-op opts in, they will be subject to all of the same requirements that the qualifying utilities do. So for instance, the qualifying utilities have to provide, have to file tariffs for the solar bill credit rate and then have to apply the credits on their own bills. A co-op would have to do that if it decided to opt in, when and if it decided to opt in. So this just said they'll fulfill all the same duties. There are no special provisions in this rule, in the recommended rule for co-ops. There's some Art wanted to include in the order itself some qualifying language about explanatory language about how depending on when a co-op decides to opt in, for instance, if they miss the selection process conducted by the administrator, and this just provides procedures for what the commission will do if a co-op opts in before that process and what the commission will do afterward. And it just it'll require special review because the rule doesn't account for co-ops right now. And the act, though it allows co-ops to opt in, doesn't provide any specifications for them. So it seems like treating them like any other utility is the way to go. But if they opt in late, it's going to require some special procedures to make it work. That's what it says. So if there are no questions, I can move on from that one.
Questions on that? All right, let's move on.
Subject number 8, native community solar projects. That's a defined term in the Act. That's a community solar facility in the state on Indian Nation Tribal Pueblo land that is also owned or operated by a subscriber organization that is affiliated with an Indian Nation Tribal Pueblo. And the Act makes such projects exempt from a lot of the requirements that there are for community solar facilities due to a lack of jurisdiction over those projects themselves and their operators. There are some provisions of what a utility must do for a facility project do apply. For instance, if to the extent that a utility's territory includes, say, Pueblo land, a native community solar project on that would be hooked up to that utility's grid, and the utility would have the ordinary obligation it has with regard to any other facility to do the solar bill credit. So that's clarified. That's pretty clear from the Act. And the team's recommendation, there's a lot here. I just want to see what recommendation was. The team does not recommend the adoption of any additional language in the rule regarding Native American projects. The Act is pretty clear. But in the order, it would simply say, to provide clarity as per staff's recommendation, staff asks for some clarity on this. The commission affirms here that with regard to native community solar projects, just what I just said, within the territory of a qualified utility, qualifying, sorry, this should be qualifying. Qualifying. Utility, the utility will have the responsibility to comply with the Act's requirements regarding solar bill credits, and the commission will have the authority to regulate and to enforce the subscribing ratepayers' rights concerning such credits. So in other words, that follows from the act, that simply follows from the law, that though there's no jurisdiction to have requirements over the Native American tribal or Pueblo operator of a facility as a subscriber organization, the commission's regulatory authority over the utility to which they're connecting means that those subscriber organizations have the same rights to the calculation of solar bill credit, et cetera, and that the commission can enforce that because that's against the utility, and we obviously have jurisdiction over utilities. So if there are no more questions, I can move on from that.
Any questions? All right. Proceed.
Report to the legislature. I've recreated here the language of the act, November 1st, a report regarding participation by IOUs, whether any co-ops have opted in, low income participation, how it's going in general, adequacy, facility size. Should they allow facilities of more than 5 megawatts? That's the limit that's in the statute, et cetera. Basically everything about the program will be up for consideration. How is it going, basically? The only comments were about collecting information and when the deadline should be. Collecting information from the utilities to use for this report. We don't necessarily have to specify this in the rule, but we went ahead and included provision that says, in 2022, 2023, 2024, in August of each of those years. In other words, right at the 1 year mark and the 2 year mark, there'll be deadlines to provide that information, provide relevant information, the utilities to the commission. But the commission will do an order with the specific requirements, and that way we'll have time to updated information, comprehensive information for the report. I think we can move on from that. I didn't mean to get so verbose about that issue, unless there are any questions.
Questions? Okay, go ahead.
Consolidated billing. This is something that was discussed a little bit last week. This would be consolidation of billing for, say, a subscriber to a facility is also a ratepayer of the utility. And the solar bill credit that is credited against a subscribing ratepayer's utility bill appears on the utility bill. But there are certain charges they may pay to a subscribing organization for administration and fees associated with being a subscriber that are separate. Some commenters thought we should consider consolidating those bills, like requiring that the utility issue a bill that includes the subscriber organization charges. And the team's recommendation is no. Consolidated billing is likely to cause confusion among subscribing ratepayers as to the respective roles of utilities and subscriber organizations. The utilities and subscriber organizations have different roles and responsibilities and have dramatically different levels of commission regulation. Obviously, utilities are heavily regulated, subscriber organizations are not. So the billing should be separate to affirm that separateness. And this goes to that issue we discussed last week, where utilities were concerned that they might see a bunch of complaints against them for things that subscriber organizations were doing. And, in the order we affirmed, the only new sort of valid complaint that could come about between a ratepayer and a utility as a result of the act is with regard to the community solar bill credit. That's the only thing that will be new on anyone's bill, a utility bill. And that keeping the bill separate should guide the subscribing ratepayers to understand which are the things that I'm being charged by the utility and which are the things I'm being charged by the subscriber organization, because they'll be in separate bills. So I think we thought that would be best to keep them separate and keep them clear. I'll take any questions on that, or I'll move on.
Any questions? All right, let's move on.
Low income eligibility verification. This went to the issue of should potential low income subscribers be allowed to self-certify. The team recommends not adopt a self-certification process because the commission has already engaged the third-party service provider to do the outreach and create a pool of qualified low-income subscribers. And the rule itself lists a lot of federal programs, generally qualification for which would qualify the low-income subscriber, because the act doesn't define low-income subscriber. So that's exactly how in the world of telecom, that's how the Lifeline program is done. Mostly Lifeline participants are members are enrolled in the federal LIHEAP program, and LIHEAP would, again, that's a low-income heating and energy program, the federal program for to subsidize that. LIHEAP is one of the programs that would probably be operative here. It's listed in the rule along with Medicaid and a lot of other things. So we don't really need to allow self-certification. We'll be able to certify our provider. We'll be able to certify our contractors. So if that is clear, I will move on to the next subject. Any questions?
Yep, let's move on.
Okay, voluntary withdrawal of projects. This has already been addressed, when we discussed the wait list, having a wait list of projects that are ready to go and move into the pool of selected projects when a project drops out after having been selected, due to whatever circumstances, excessive, prohibitively high interconnection costs. So we've already discussed this. It's just included under this particular subject matter because this was raised as a subject matter. How to handle that situation? Well, we have the wait list will handle that. So if there aren't any questions, I'll move on.
Russell, this is Arthur. I just go up a little bit. I think that we changed the number from 10% to 20%.
And I think I changed it in here, or maybe I didn't.
No,
maybe I changed it only in the other part. I may have changed it. You may be right. Let's see. Yep, you're right. Sorry. There are two parts of the, thank you. There are two parts of the order that address this issue, and I didn't change it here. So, but it is in the other part. Thank you, Art. Thanks for catching that. So the final subject matter, which is a brand new subject matter, even though there was already a rule provision there, we've revised it. Co-location of community solar facilities. The Act provides that community solar facilities may not be co-located, but it doesn't define co-located. And it does say, the Act says in the same subpart, that community solar facilities may be co-located with other types of generation facilities. We found this a bit ambiguous. Like this would only address the second part because we felt that the commission has to interpret what does co-location mean with regard to community solar facilities, because that's what's prohibited, co-location of community solar facilities. And what does co-location mean? Does it mean within 5 miles of each other or what? And what we recommend is that the commission adopt a sort of limited approach to how to address this. It would be the rule language initially in proposed rule, referred to parcels, but parcels can be of greatly varying sizes. So instead, what the team recommends is that the commission provide a safe harbor provision. And I described in the memo what a safe harbor provision is. What it does is it gives, it would say, as long as a community solar facility is not served by the same substation as another community solar facility, it shall not be considered co-located with another community solar facility. A safe harbor provision provides regulated entities, this is in general what a safe harbor provision is, a clear way to comply with the law, but it doesn't rule out other ways that you might comply with the law. And what this would provide is it shows that the criterion that the commission is looking at for co-location is the substation level, because our inference of what the intent of the legislature was in prohibiting co-location of these facilities was to avoid overburdening any particular part of the grid. So if you say we're going to define co-location as at the substation level, as long as you're on separate substations, we consider that should satisfy the concern of not overburdening the grid at any one point. So as long as a community solar facility would not be on the same substation as another community solar facility, the commission will say you're not co-located. That would be what the commission would be adopting as a criterion for what co-located means. And like I said, the safe harbor provision, it's not a complete definition of everything that that might be allowable and everything that's not. It just steers the projects toward like this is the major consideration. If you satisfy that, we're okay with you with
I have
it.
a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So how do you reconcile this with, there was a previous provision, and I can't remember the exact wording, but it was something to the effect that you could sometimes combine community solar projects, or I don't know if you can remember what I'm talking about, but I thought we discussed something like that earlier today. And,
Yeah, Commissioner Hall, well, for cost sharing,
cost
sharing, we talked about that, sharing costs among projects. But they, and Art might be able to give some more.
So maybe that's not a problem.
I don't see it as a problem. I mean, it's, it will come out in the wash, right? We'll figure it out when we see actual bids, right? But really what we were trying to deal with was an apparent limitation that was built into the law that we didn't really understand, and the parties had very different interpretations of what it meant, and what we came up with basically reflects what SPS had proposed in terms of the limitation and the joint commenters proposed. Mostly it was just one of those issues that it really wasn't clear how to deal with it. So at least for this time period, this is how we're proposing to deal with it.
And that's why I'm recommending a safe harbor provision as a limited approach, because it doesn't decide every issue. There may be, a project may come, facility, a subscriber organization, a bidder may come before the commission and say, we would like to try to comply with that the requirement for the prohibition against co-location by doing this. We think because we did this, we are not running afoul of the provision. This may sound odd, but it's as Art just said, the language of the statute doesn't define co-location. It's ambiguous, and it's not 100% clear what the intent of that provision is. So what we've done is just say, as long as you do this, if you're not on the same substation with another community solar facility, we'll consider you not co-located. So hopefully that will take care of all to 90% of the instances, and we just won't have to get into the issue of what exactly, define a whole realm of projects that are acceptable and that are not. There might be some cases where we say, oh, okay, looking at this closely, you're complying in a different way. You are on the same substation, but blah, 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 blah. Do you see what I mean? It may be more complicated than that, but we don't have to get into anything so complicated. We should at least provide guidance as to one clear way to comply with an ambiguous requirement. That's what a safe harbor is. Well, coming from the World Securities Regulation, sometimes issuers of securities have to comply with a sort of very general, broad legal standard. And what the SEC will do is will issue some guidance to say, here are some specific things. If you only offer it to 10 people and blah, 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 like a specific way of complying, that's not the only way of complying, but a safe harbor, a clear way to comply. And any other case, if you want to come in with something else, we'll just decide it then.
I understand what you're saying. And it's nice to give clarity wherever we can. But I guess I was just wondering about on an operational basis, like, for example, if we're looking at low income directed community solar projects, and usually low income, at least in an urban area where I live, is usually more densely populated. And it could be that, it might be beneficial to have more than one community solar facility on the same substation in a place like that. So I don't know how this would play out, but I guess, as Art says, we'll just have to figure it out as time goes by. It might be that we might want to alter this part of the rule if it ends up thwarting the purpose of providing community solar facilities to low income people if they have to spread out among substations. But whatever.
Yeah, we should definitely take that under advisement, Commissioner, and put it into implementation to see. It may require some refinement of our position going forward when we actually see It's hard to say what the legislature had in mind, but their reference to parcels suggests that what they wanted to prevent in this was a 50 megawatt project parsing itself out into 10 community solar projects, right? And calling it that. I don't know. All right. That's what it suggests. And at least we're preventing that from happening this way.
I guess. Okay. I'm not too sure. I think that's.
I'm not quite there. I'm not quite sure. I mean, it's just one of those things that there was a lot of stuff in the Community Solar Act. I'm not sure where it came from.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr.
Thanks.
Chair?
Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, as I'm reading this, this does not expressly forbid more than one project being attached to a substation.
Correct.
It just
That is
says it
correct.
shall not be considered co-located, but that doesn't stop two projects from serving this, two projects being served by the same substation.
And perhaps I should provide further clarifying language, because you're right. Like I said, this is phrased as a safe harbor provision. Yeah, and a lawyer would read it that way, but I'm not sure everyone else would. This is because it is only addressing one way. Like if a project meets this criterion, you're definitely safe. But it doesn't say that that's the only way to do it. And like as a lawyer who's worked in the regulatory arena, I would recognize this as a safe harbor, as something that's not exclusive, as this is one way to comply where you'll definitely be safe, but it doesn't mean you can't come to us with something else that might comply. So maybe I should add language that it makes it clear, to the public in general, who aren't always lawyers, unfortunately.
Wait, I didn't even hear what you said, Russell, about what you were going to make clear, because your voice dropped.
I'm sorry. Exactly what Commissioner Fishman was saying. This is, like I said, a safe harbor provision. It just says, if you do this, you'll definitely be okay. But it doesn't say.
Wait. Steve says he reads this to mean that this doesn't prohibit more than one community solar project from being served by the same station, same substation. But I think it says precisely that. As long as
Commissioner Hall, it actually doesn't, and maybe that's where we need some clarification.
That's why we should add that sentence.
If a community solar facility is not served by the same substation, it shall not be considered co-located. But it doesn't actually say what happens if a community solar facility is co-located. It doesn't say.
I thought you said there was a statutory prohibition against co-location.
Yes, but the act doesn't define co-location. And so what I'm saying here is that because there's some ambiguity and we sort of want to see what happens and what's the issue is, we wanted to provide a safe harbor. In other words, a way that projects, or the majority or all of them that can comply with this will know it's a non-issue. Oh, we're not on the same substation, we're fine. But there might be instances, like you said, Commissioner Hall, especially in an urban area, where it may be a good idea to have two facilities on the same substation. And this does not prevent that. But like I said, I, as a lawyer, know that this is a safe harbor provision. Maybe we need to add clarifying language that says a solar facility that is served by another substation may, in an appropriate case, be considered not co-located, or there may be other ways to comply with this that we're leaving open because we have this some ambiguity in the law.
I see what you're saying, but could you please pull up the statutory language prohibiting co-location so I can see what we're faced with? I mean, maybe there's some clue in the context.
Here it is. Okay. I have it directly here. It's right up here. There it is. So this is quoting directly from the Act. The Act provides, minus 309.
No, I don't want to see an interpretation. I want to see the language. Oh, that's the language.
This is quoted, yeah. This is the language of the statute. A community solar facility shall have the option to be co-located with other energy resources, but shall not be co-located with other community solar facilities. That's exactly what the section says. But they don't define co-location. Co-location can mean a lot of things. We originally had a reference to parcels, like couldn't be on the same parcel, but parcels can be of greatly varying sizes. So we wanted something more more identifiable. And since it seems possibly that one of the purposes of this prohibition against co-location is to avoid overburdening the grid at any particular point, that the saying don't share a substation would accomplish that, maybe what the purpose of the statute of this prohibition is. Like Art said, we're not 100% clear. So we think this is a reasonable way to say, well, if you're not in the same substation, we know there's no problem.
Yeah, well, I don't know that the substation situation helps that much, but you'll just have to see whether that becomes a problem. But I don't know that that's the best way to address it, because if we don't know what aspect they don't like, I mean, maybe it's just that they don't, I don't understand that. I really don't understand that language. I guess I need to look at the statute more.
Well,
I want to see more of the statutory language around it, actually. What was that section again?
That was of the Act, 6216B3A4, which I think is a list of requirements applicable to to facilities. It says a community solar facility shall, and then there are a whole bunch of provisions and this and restrictions, and this is one of them. I do see what you're saying. I feel like as a lawyer, I will read a safe harbor provision as not being an exclusive, not defining what you ultimately can and can't do, but probably a lot of ordinary lay people will not understand that. And we can add language that says there may be other ways to comply. A project that is connected to the same substation as another facility may be allowable in appropriate circumstances or something like that. But that would make clear that if you're not, as long as you're on your own substation, you're definitely fine. We don't need to look into this question any further because there are a million other questions to decide. But if you do, then we'll consider it on a case-by-case basis, I guess. Because there could be some instances, especially in an urban area, where we really have to allow multiple, 2 or 3, might depend on the size of the substation. I don't know. This is getting technical for me, so I'm going to refer to Art.
Yeah, I'm sorry that, this is a confused issue. I think that if anything, we would put language here is that the commission will revisit this issue based on experience and, and make a recommendation to the legislature. All I can say is that my interpretation of what the legislature was trying to prevent was a large project being parsed into smaller components that call themselves different projects.
Yeah, I don't even know why that's bad necessarily if they're serving discrete little communities that want to pool together for their project.
Yeah, I don't know, but then what that would lead to is, say it's a 50 megawatt, or let's say it's a 25 megawatt project is cut into 5 different projects. That puts a tremendous burden on that particular part of the grid.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, okay. Russell, what was that site again? 6216 what?
6216B 3, and so it's 62-16B is the chapter in which all the Community Solar Act is included. I think it's titled in chapter.
Oh, is there a B? I see it.
Yeah, it's actually 16B. It goes together like
okay. Yeah,
there's a 16A that and then it's subpart 3A4. So 3 is provides a list of what community solar facilities must do, and this particular 3A does, and then number 4 is this particular requirement.
I see. I got it. Thank you.
But I think, Commissioner, I think I would recommend adding, because in our regulations, safe harbor provisions are unusual, like explaining that this is what this means, that's obviously, if you do that, you're fine, no more analysis. But we will consider we will consider ones that are on the same substation on a case-by-case basis. It's not a total, this is one way to comply. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, did you?
Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, so Russell, I was just going to ask if you could suggest a language put in that additional sentence clarifying.
I would say the commission will, I'll say will consider, since this is a prohibition, on a case by case basis, allowing facility, community solar facilities, I'm gonna say that, community solar facilities, and I'll add this to the rule as well. We'll consider that on a case by case, like consider to be co-located. I'll use the term co-located on the same, at the same substation, or should I say served by the same substation?
Why don't we say commission will
served.
consider on a case by case basis multiple community solar facilities on a substation?
Okay, allowing multiple.
Does that work?
I'll say more than one because I don't know how much higher than two
Okay.
or three we want to go. But on a case, allowing more than one community solar facility to be served by the same substation.
There you go.
Yeah, it helps. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah.
Mr. Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah.
Thank you,
So-
Commissioner Cynthia Hall.
That I think will make it clear to everyone. If you're alone on a substation, great. We don't have to think any further. You're fine. And then, but if you're not, we'll have to look into it more closely. And I'll add that to the rule as well.
Okay, Commissioner Byrd has his hand up. Commissioner Byrd?
Can you hear me okay?
Sir.
Okay. You guys are looking at this as only a physical location. Could it be a double dipping issue where you put panels on one side of your house, call that one community solar project, put panels on the other side of your house, call that a separate one, and now you're double dipping into the system?
Art, I'm going to refer that to you.
Arthur?
If I understand correctly, that would be the circumstance that I think the legislature wanted to prevent, which is a single facility carving itself into multiple projects. It's just really hard to say, Commissioner. They would still have to connect somewhere. And so we're at least identifying kind of like what we think co-location might mean in this circumstance. But that is clearly what we want to prevent. We want to prevent larger projects from cutting themselves up into smaller projects.
That didn't sound to me like that's what he described. Commissioner Byrd, are you describing like a facility that has incoming electricity from two different community solar projects?
Yeah, if you took just two small projects, split it up on either side of your homes, have 10 people or something, and you could call it two different projects, you're co-locating those projects.
Seems like that'd be costly. Wouldn't you have to have two different boxes and stuff? I mean,
you would.
Maybe if you had a duplex or something, but still, sort of.
I don't know, Commissioner. I mean, this may be one of those things that we just have to see if it happens in the world, right? And deal with it at that time, because clearly community solar projects have to reach a certain scale. And although they're capped at 5 megawatts, the cost of doing one would be prohibitive if it's smaller than 1 megawatt. I mean, really. So I don't see a residential entity being able to host a community solar project just because of the space that's necessary, unless we allowed for aggregation. And while we talked about aggregation in the stakeholder group, we're just not able to accommodate that given the state of the system right now. I think that we'll just have to leave this for an implementation issue if it comes up in the bidding.
Mr. Byrd, is that acceptable?
Yes, thanks.
All right, thank you. Thank you for raising the issue.
And that was the last issue. if there are no questions on that issue, I'm going to move on to just some general provisions at the end of the order, which will be just a couple minutes, we'll be done. Except for taking a vote, of course. So let me get back out of the rule into the order. And here we are. Okay. All right. Scroll down. Okay. So I have a statement saying this concludes the summaries of all the issues, and then the rule will be Exhibit A with all the changes. If the commission wants to adopt all those changes. There's a provision here referring to the implementation administration docket to talk about unforeseen issues, just as Art has been bringing up. This paragraph 321 talks about that, points it out in case anyone is unaware of it. The statutory authority to promulgate the rule, I removed it from the rule. I'm going to remove it here as well. There was discussion of the Grid Modernization Act, and the rule does incorporate the general standards for that with regard to cost sharing to consider, because they're relevant, obviously, for any upgrades. But I don't consider the Grid Modernization Act to be a source of authority for the commission with regard to this rule. So I removed it from the rule. I'm going to remove it here. 62.813, that was the Grid Modernization Act. I don't think it provides any additional authority. For one thing, the Grid Modernization Act itself doesn't even provide the authority to the commission necessarily to require. It's ambiguous on whether we can even require a particular plan if it's not originally proposed by the utility. So it doesn't, I don't think it provides any relevant authority in this instance. 62.16b7, that's the Community Solar Act, a section that requires the commission to do this rulemaking. And 884b10, that's the PRC Act, saying that the commission has the power to promulgate rules. So I removed it. I already removed it from the rule. I'm removing it here. The reference to the Grid Modernization Act is still relevant, it's still referred to in the rule, but it doesn't give us authority to do anything with regard to community solar. That's only the Community Solar Act, which is cited there. Just a legal issue. So the commission will be adopting the rule with all the changes that we made today and all those revisions. And with this order.
Well, I got a question. Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Chair Hall.
Russell, going back to that discussion we had about hosting capacity and feeder capacity information. I just wondered if that implicated the grid mod statute to you in any way. I actually, I'm not so sure now that I talk about it, because you would, but it has some bearing on the need. I guess that might have some bearing on the need for studies of those types.
Well, what I would say with it is this rule still refers to the criteria of the act and actually makes explicit reference to the Grid Modernization Act. But when the particular section that every rule has to have that identifies statutory authority, I wouldn't put the Grid Modernization Act in as an authority authorizing the commission to issue these rules, because it's really, these rules are being issued pursuant to the authority we're given under the Community Solar Act. And we can certainly incorporate standards from another act because they're relevant, and that's what we've done. But I don't want it as an authorization, because that will be the authorization for a grid modernization rule. And we're fully authorized to do what we've done here, even referring to another act by the Community Solar Act itself. That's all I'm saying. It's just the authority.
Yeah, I was just thinking to the extent we might need to do some other study, but we could do it pursuant to those other statutes, even though it would have bearing on community solar projects. So that's not a problem.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Yeah. Okay, let's let that go. Thank you.
Okay, so of course the commission, the OGC will be working to get this published in the New Mexico Register. That's when the rule will actually be effective, once it's published there. But I've included provision here saying that the publication shall be at the earliest opportunity available. And I added this, after sufficient time has passed for the filing of any motions for rehearing or reconsideration and for the commission's consideration of any such motions. So it allows for, we don't want to end up publishing something and then getting a motion for reconsideration and saying, oh, we're going to change it now. Because then there's a question as to whether you have to do a rulemaking amendment to respond to a motion for rehearing. I think we had that in another rulemaking recently. So this will just make it clear. This rule, we're going to wait to publish it until we've considered any motions for rehearing. Our April 1st deadline, the commission's April 1st deadline is to adopt a rule. That's what this order does. But if we get a motion for reconsideration, the commission wants to tweak it, I think we'll still be in compliance with the act, meaning the April 1st deadline. And by putting off publication, we'll make sure not to publish a rule that we say, oh, gee, now it's considering this motion, maybe we should change it. We won't have any of those issues. It'll be just very easy and clear. Art has his hand up.
I have a clarifying question on that regard with, we're telling the utilities that they have to file tariffs within 60 days. What is the date by which they'll need to file the tariffs? Is it 60 days from adoption of this rule, or is it 60 days from publication of the rule?
That's a good question. I don't know if we said anything specific about that, but
What's it say in the rule?
Is 60 days. I'll take a look at that. Let me look at the language. That's a good point. If it doesn't say anything, then it's the effective date, and the effective date will be the publication date, because the effective date, that's literally in every provision of the rule in the New Mexico Administrative Code will have the effective date, the publication date right under it. So that, but let me see if we said anything different in the rule. Let me look at the rule.
I know it's at the very top of the rule.
Here it is, utility filings, 60 days of the effective date. Okay,
Okay.
so we got it right. So they'll have time from the publication date. Okay.
Thank you.
So that's all I have. If there aren't any other
Russell,
questions.
can you go back to the decretal paragraphs in the order? The very end. Paragraph A, you're right there. Now, we have an Exhibit B, which is the subscriber disclosure form, but I didn't see that we incorporated it by reference in the rule. So do we need to specify it here in the order?
Let me do
Or
a
is
find.
it a part of, I thought it was a part of the rule.
It will not be part of the rule because the rule describes the form and says that we've issued it or we have adopted it. So the form doesn't have to be incorporated into the rule. For one thing, I don't really have any experience with incorporating separate documents into a rule, and we just don't need to here, but it is part of the order. And the rule itself describes the form in great detail, actually. So yeah, this is the only reference to that form as Exhibit B. That's attached as an exhibit to this order for adoption by the commission, and then of course the commission, if the commission votes to adopt this order in whole, they'd be adopting this form as the English version of the uniform disclosure form, because the act itself provides that it needs to be translated to Spanish and other languages as per the particular situation. So we don't have to have this the form itself doesn't need to be part of the rule, because the rule describes the components of the form, and this would be issued via this order. So does that make sense? So
Yes, it does.
Okay, excellent.
Thanks for that clarification. So I think that concludes the presentation on the proposed order. In addition to the rule, we have made several changes. What's the pleasure, Commissioner Fishman?
Yeah, just one last question before we moved on. And actually, Arthur had mentioned this briefly. And it's been a while for me, but I have one constituent company who's interested in one constituent who owns a company that's interested in doing community solar as an aggregation of individual home solar installations. And it's a novel idea. I don't think we want to eliminate any possible ideas. We want to encourage creativity. But certainly in writing this rule, that's not a case that we've given careful consideration, nor do we have time to at this point. And I guess what I would just say is, if it so happens he manages to come up with some kind of proposal, it may present some challenges for this order, which is, or this rule, which is designed for kind of the traditional community solar model. And I guess what I just check in with the commission is that if we get novel proposals like that, that we'd be open to interpreting the rule appropriately if it's a proposal that has merit. So.
Yeah, all I can say before you go to Art is Commissioner Fishman, obviously, and you seem to understand this, we can't consider that for the purposes of the rules. It's not part of the record, but you're just saying going forward, hopefully we can interpret the rule that is adopted today in a way that's more embraces such issues.
Exactly.
So that discussion you can have, it won't affect this decision.
Exactly. And I just want to kind of just state for the record that it's inevitable with a new program like this and a new rule like this that, again, if someone innovates, it's hard to define what innovation's going to be. And we just need to keep open minds if that kind of stuff comes up.
You know, Mr. Sheriff,
Here, Hall.
I guess I can't disagree with Commissioner Fishman, but I feel a little skeptical of that kind of project might be very viable just based on the impact on rates. I would think it would be more expensive to be, I guess, if your facilities are already built, but I
don't know how it passes the economics test. But on the other hand, who am I to judge if they devise something that, I never imagined?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, if I may, Commissioner, there's nothing that prevents a project like that from bidding. In looking at the criteria, it may be difficult for them to pass muster at this point. But certainly that's an issue for the future. It will be a lot easier in the future when we have better technologies, advanced inverters in place, better sensing equipment to aggregate disparate distributed resources.
Right.
We're not there today.
And I would also note this statute has pretty specific the definitions of a community solar facility and community solar and what a subscriber organization is. So I'm not saying that with that proposed project, I'm not expressing an opinion one way or the other, but some things might actually just be prevented by the language of the statute because the statute has some very specific definitions of terms.
Well, that's for the proposal to be creative enough to navigate all that stuff. But anyway, I just wanted to get that comment in, but there's nothing here we need to change in the current rule based on that. So
thank you, Commissioner Fishman. All right. Do I hear a motion to approve the community solar rule and order?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hall. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Fishman. Any discussion on the motion? Any comments?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to clarify. So this would be to adopt the proposed order adopting rule as amended today, and including the revisions that I'd already included, and which Exhibit A would be the rule with the amendments we discussed today, or revisions we discussed today, and the Exhibit B, which as of the form, which already had its revisions in it. Just to clarify, that's my understanding of the motion.
Yes.
Okay.
That clear to everybody?
Yes.
All right, I just wanted to say very quickly, I know it's been a long meeting, but this has been a long road for advocates of both renewable energy and equity. It opens up access to solar to those who otherwise may not have had access. For example, renters and low-income populations. I see this statute and rule as a monumental effort to ensure that low to moderate income populations do not fall through the cracks in our transition to a clean energy future. This has been an efficient but thorough process involving numerous stakeholders from across the state. This was an incredibly resourceful effort, effectively using a $100,000 grant from the New Mexico Board of Finance. Also an important step forward as New Mexico starts the inevitable move to a more distributed energy grid. This is essentially a pilot program. We have 2 years to see what works and what doesn't, and what can be done to improve it going forward. I wholeheartedly congratulate our state legislators that have championed community solar for many years and bringing us to this point. I'm proud of this agency for meeting the legislative mandate to adopt this final rule by April 1st, 2022, and position the next commission to submit a report on the community solar program by November 1st of 2024. To everyone involved, congratulations. This is your triumph, your success, our success. Special thanks go out to our internal solar action team that worked hard and stayed focused on getting this rule done. And I especially want to recognize the contributions of Vice Chair Hall, Russell Fisk, and Arthur O'Donnell on their contributions. So this is really great work and well done. Any other discussion on the motion? Russell, roll call vote.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Finally, Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is to adopt the proposed order as amended unanimously 5-0.
Great job. But applause has erupted here in the gallery.
We can all hear it.
But my blood sugar has rendered me unable to applaud. So I'll just keep moving my mouth just to finish this meeting. Let's move on to communications with the Chief of Staff. Mr. Wayne.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. As you indicated, it's been a long day for you. I just want to say, Mr. Chairman, you and your fellow commissioners have always been very gracious in your recognition of the contributions that staff makes to what we do here at the PRC. So I'm going to flip that a little bit. And on behalf of staff, I want to say congratulations to you and the commission on the passage of this rule. This is a big deal. It's a big deal. It's something the commission has been engaged in for a long time. Certainly predates me. Mr. Chairman, you in particular deserve great credit for getting a hold of the Board of Finance and not letting go. We could have had a $100,000 loan to work on this, but instead we had a $100,000 grant. And that grant over the last several months has allowed us to do some things that if we hadn't done them or hadn't been able to do them until the beginning of the fiscal year when we had funds, would have really put us behind. So, Mr. Chairman, again, on behalf of staff, you have a lot to be proud of in terms of what you've done today. I know that most meetings, you don't get carried out of the room on people's shoulders, but I think this is one of those meetings and milestones that you can be very proud of and should be. So with that, Mr. Chairman, happy to answer any questions or address any other issues that you have.
Thank you, Wayne. Any questions or comments for Wayne?
I'd like to see Wayne carrying me out. I wish I was there.
I think we should virtually carry him out on our shoulders. I just wanted to say, Mr. Chair, I totally agree. That was absolutely outstanding to get a $100,000 grant instead of a loan. And it's also absolutely outstanding to get this rule done on time. And you really do deserve a lot of recognition for making everybody put their shoulder to the grindstone and get it done.
Thank you. Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, Commissioner, not Commissioner, but Wayne.
Yes, sir.
Do you think we can get another $50,000 grant for a forklift to help you lift Commissioner Byrd?
Oh, God.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Mr.
I
Chairman,
couldn't resist. He started it.
no comment.
Comment. Anyway, thank you. But I do want to say, Commissioner Mayast does a terrific job in just kind of being the overall head of this effort, and you deserve a lot of credit that you didn't give to yourself. But thank you. Terrific job. And thanks to Russell and the team on this, and Art for being so flexible with these final tweaks that we made to the rule over the last few days.
Thank you. And I didn't recognize my assistant, Christopher Hall. He was kind of the behind the scenes enforcer to move things along. So Christopher Hall, thank you very much, sir. All right, anything else for Wayne? Thank you, Wayne. Let's move on to communications with General Counsel. Russell, Judy?
Mr. Chairman, I only have one thing just to point out. John Olmsted, I believe, will be starting on April 4th in his advisory accounting advisory position. And he'll be associated with OGC as an advisor to the commission. I'll be working on a work plan to get him started. So if commissioners want to send me by email some assignments that they want, we could start them off with. That'd be very helpful to do that. So we can hit the ground running. I think that's it. That's it for OGC, actually. If there are any questions, of course, I'll accept them.
Any questions or comments for OGC? All right, thank you. All right, let's move on to communications with commissioners. Anything at all? I do have something to share, and I'll be quick about it. The Biden administration has sent a letter to all governors regarding cybersecurity, potential cybersecurity threats to critical infrastructure, especially infrastructure of utilities. So given the situation in Ukraine, the White House has alerted governors to heightened risk of cyber attack and the heightened need for strong cybersecurity protections, particularly those that defend critical infrastructure, such as each state's utilities. To that end, the president asks for a review of the cybersecurity posture of the critical infrastructure in the state, a review of authority to set cybersecurity baselines for utilities, and for the state public utility commissions to set minimum cybersecurity standards for our critical infrastructure. The White House further highlighted the federal funds available to state, local, and tribal governments to strengthen their cybersecurity postures. Given this and the increased frequency of cyber attacks on infrastructure in general, I would suggest that it is high time for us to review our authority to consider baseline cybersecurity standards if necessary, request such authority from the legislature, and in the meantime, ask utilities themselves to voluntarily step forward to work with us or with State Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management on assessing their cybersecurity postures and capabilities and strengthening to prepare for such or guard against such vulnerabilities. I do want to state that I did meet with PNM yesterday. They have stepped forward to request a full briefing, an informal briefing of the commission on their efforts to safeguard their critical infrastructure from cyber attacks. And so just to avoid continuing this meeting, I will scan this letter from the Biden administration. We have a bootleg letter from the California governor. So it's ironic we don't have the letter to our own governor, but this is going to require some coordination with the governor to see what the plan is to address this, this alarming letter from the Biden administration. So any questions for me on this?
Well,
The only
Mr.
thing.
Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair Hall.
yeah, I'd be interested to see the letter. So, and I don't care whether you're sending me a bootleg letter or not. I would just like to see what it says. You know, we've discussed cybersecurity in the past, and I guess I thought that, you know, it's largely outside our realm of authority. We don't have authority under our statutes now. So I'm curious that the letter from the president's office would say that state public utility commissions are supposed to somehow establish cybersecurity standards. To me, it seems kind of impossible at this point. We have nobody on staff who's a cybersecurity expert, except maybe our own IT person, but I don't think he's, experienced in or prepared to address cybersecurity needs of utility companies. I think they have their cybersecurity experts. So to leap into setting standards for utility cybersecurity, I think would certainly implicate some sort of staffing up that we haven't heretofore thought about. And I'm rather dubious about being the responsible agency there. It really doesn't seem to be part of our wheelhouse, but I'm interested to see that letter. So please.
Everything you said is true. I think the big challenge right now is that there are no cybersecurity baseline standards across the country. So each state could conceivably have their own baseline standards. And yes, in terms of our authority, you're right, Vice Chair Hall, we really don't have that authority. So this is going to take some coordination with the governor. Now, in that letter, the Biden administration includes a number of specific guidelines and steps to take to protect ourselves from cybersecurity threats. And so if anything, we can offer this guidance to all the regulated entities to help themselves protect their infrastructure from cyber attacks.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? Any other communications with commissioners? Awesome. Great job, everyone. I know this was a long and arduous meeting, but it's a big day. It's a big day for our agency, and thank you all for supporting this community solar effort. All right, we're adjourned, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.